Here. We can change that.
Hello, Kako. Mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Commissioner Kaneakua.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, our Father, we ask that you would guard and guide us today. Be with us during the business that we need to transact on behalf of our beneficiaries for generations to come. We ask that you would help us to do those things that are right, to do those things that are necessary, even though they're difficult. Bless us so we could be blessings to others, and watch over all the people that are here, those that are online, those that are coming, and those who are representing their families. Thank you so much for the day. It's a day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. These things we ask in your name, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at Haleponui 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei Oahu 96707. Holly Watson, Chairman of the Commission. Today's date is Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. The time is 9:30. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas is excused. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua joining us by
Aye.
Zoom. Commissioner Marfield.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu is excused. Commissioner Ornelas.
Ew.
And Chair Watson.
Here.
We have 7 members present. We have a quorum.
The commission will approve of the agenda. The commission will recess at noon for lunch. For information only items will begin with items E5 and E6, then back to item C1 following the order on the agenda. Tonight's DHHL community meeting is at the Kapolei Middle School starting at 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow I'll be excused to attend the DHHL Matters on Lanai. We're having a dedication for our project there, and Commissioner Kaneakua will stand in my place. Okay, public test. Well, let's first approval of the agenda. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Are there any edits or comments for the January 20 and 21st, 2026 commission meeting minutes?
Yes, Chair, I have a
Commissioner
correction.
Lakua?
Yes, under page 18, under discussion, I just wanted to correct the spelling of Richard Kabanting. And that should be Cabanting as his last name.
Any other corrections or amendments? If not, can I get a motion to approve with that slight amendment for the minutes?
So move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, public testimony on the agendized items. How much time do we give? 3 minutes. Okay, you have 3 minutes. So the first person, Georgiana Navarro.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Georgiana Navarro, and I have been a DHHL lessee on Waianae Valley Homestead for over 40 years. I am here today as a kupuna and a board member to bring up an urgent life safety matter to your attention regarding the Kukai Street and Kapai Street cul-de-sac. I have personally drawn a map for this commissioner and board to see. It is already handed out into your handouts, and for decades, the bulb at the end of our street has been a safe gathering, safe place for 3 generations of our keiki and the critical turnaround for vehicles. Recently, a gate and a fence were constructed that block the public sidewalk and obstruct the turnaround area. This is just not a neighbor dispute. It is a safety violation. Emergency access or HPD, HAFD, and ambulance can no longer turn around in the bulb. In emergency, seconds matter. The fence blocks the sidewalks, forcing our elders and keikis into the street. While the property is on the agriculture and no lessee has the right to obstruct a community easement or public right-of-way. I'm sharing these photos and a map I drew with you today. I'm requesting that the commission number one, investigate the legality of this fence and gate. Number two, verify if a permit was issued by DHHL or for an obstruction in a turnaround. 3, take immediate action to restore the bulb for emergency vehicles, access, and safety for our keiki. As a board member, my kuleana is the safety of every family in this homestead community I live in. Mahalo for your time, Georgiana Navarro.
Thank you very much. We'll have somebody, David Hope, behind there. If you can talk to him, we'll get an investigation going on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Homelani Shandell, item F2.
Aloha Chair Watson and members of the commission. I'm Homilani Shadell, testifying as a beneficiary residing in Maluahai Homestead. So during my review of the above agenda submittal, which is F2, and let me proceed that normally, yes, I wait until the agenda item, but I have a reason for coming before you today, before the agenda item. So again, during my review of the above agenda submittal information, several concerns arose. And under recommendation, motion, action, I've italicized the matters that are of concern. So for the approval to the issuance of this right of entry shall be subject to the following conditions. So number 1, permittee shall use the subject land to screen soil and temporarily stockpile earth that will be used at their nearby construction site. So my concerns are, if Gentry owns a nearby parcel, why are they requesting a portion of our trust lands? Why don't they use their own lands? B, request for land is over a half an acre. How many cubic feet of material will be stored? What type of material and for how long? Why is requiring removal of unused residue material and returning our land to its original or better state, absent from the conditions? Number 2, monthly rental fees shall be $2,970 per month or $35,640 annually. Below that, I've taken from the DHHL website the land right of entry. And as you can see, I've highlighted the less than 30 days, right? So this particular land designation is for less than 30 days. So for clarification, the above rental fee implies the terms of use would extend beyond 30 days, which is greater than the term of an LROE, and does not require commission approval. However, this request would fall under RP, which does require commission approval. So my confusion is that, is this a right of entry permit? Or, I'm sorry, is this right of entry permit a new land designation that is not on DHHL's website yet? Or is this a request for a land right of entry or for a revocable permit? And below that, I've inserted the revocable permit process. On the next page in your thing, for land use designation, the submittal designates the property as being industrial. However, on the city and county parcel, Honolulu parcel information identifies it as commercial. I'll wrap up. So for clarification, what is the valuation between industrial and commercial, and when determining the rental fee, and was the rental fee set by an appraisal or market check? Commissioners, the land use designation process evolved over a period of many years. It's important to respect the work of past and present staff and beneficiaries who contributed to its current standard. I'm presenting my testimony now rather than later to provide staff time to discuss and respond to my concerns and report to you on how they will proceed following the appropriate land use designation process when F2 is called on the agenda. Mahalo for listening to my concerns and time to share my mana'o.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much. So Frank, you guys check it out, and then when we come to that item, make sure you have the answers. Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, consent agenda, Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Again, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And this morning, HSD has 8 consent agenda items for your approval.
Okay, any questions on any of the items? Not pretty straightforward. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a
Second.
second? Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for your work, Juan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next item on the agenda, C1, acceptance of the 2026 to 2027 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Annual Housing Plan. Lehua?
Aloha, Commissioners. Lehua Kinilau Kano, NAHA's the Government Relations Program Manager. The motion before you today is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept the 2026-2027 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Annual Housing Plan. Did you
maybe
make
should-
the motion or
No,
usually the motion and
yeah,
then discussion?
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
So I did do a PowerPoint last month. I have the PowerPoint again, if this commission would so choose to have that presentation redone. Thank you, Michael, for bringing it up. So the first activity is the 2026 capital improvement projects. And so the activities we have there is continued support for the East Kapolei area infrastructure. And then also the EVA plan that we're wrapping up for the EVA Homestead project. And those are the activities we have under CIP. So a very small amount just to wrap up those activities for CIP. Next slide, please. So that's the EVA Beach Homestead project. And then the following slide is the next activity we have is developer financing. This is for La'iopua. There was a letter of commitment provided HHFDC did award LIHTC for this project last year. And so we anticipate these funds to be dispersed, 2.4 million of NAHASDA funds for 30 single-family homes. Next is homeowner financing. This is where the bulk of NAHASDA funds are going right now. In the next fiscal year, we intend to finalize all the Pu'uhana families. They should be completed by the end of December or beginning of January. So we have another 5.2 million we project will be used for NAHASDA funds for 9 of 45 families. And then the next is the big bulk of homeowner financing is 25.8 million for 43 of 52 families in Ka'ulokaha'i. As you can see, that's 1 year's allocation of funds. So again, we anticipate all of those funds being expended by the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30. Next is the home assistance program. This is where we do home repair and demo rebuilds in our oldest homestead. So this is an example of Namkuli, before and after photos of a home repair that was done. And then the next slide is the example of a demo rebuild in Waimanalo. So before and after. These are largely done in partnership with Habitat. So the first one was with Leeward Habitat and the second one was with Honolulu Habitat. Next slide for the Waimanalo Kupuna housing project. We continue to subsidize rents to keep rents affordable for the families. So the annual subsidy there is $871,500 and the monthly subsidy, depending on the kupuna and what their shortfall is. So they pay no more than 30% of their income towards the rent. So it ranges from $300 to $1,424 a month. Next is the Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program. This is the partnership we have with Hawaiian Council, where if you're on the wait list, no more than 30% of your income, NAHASDA will subsidize the difference. With some of the families in Ka'ulokaha'i, we'll have some success stories of families who were on this program that will be getting a homestead award in Ka'ulokaha'i. And that was the whole idea, was to have people be prepared. So when the lease is awarded, that they can move into homeownership. Next is our rental vouchers. So for our rent with option to purchase, in order to keep those units affordable during that 15-year rental period, we are subsidizing rents there as well. So that's a way, again, so the families pay no more than 30% of their income towards rent. Next is housing counseling. All NAHASDA assisted families must complete housing counseling in order for them to be successful. That's the whole objective. Whether they're in the Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program or getting homeowner financing, basically housing counseling is completed. Pictured there is Charlene Rodriguez. She's got assisted with Leeward Habitat. She's a good role model. She said if it wasn't for the housing counseling, she wouldn't have gotten into her home here at Ka'ulokaha'i. Next slide is homeowner assistance. We have a partnership with Hawaii Community Lending. So for some of our lessees who are facing hardship and are unable to pay their mortgage or property taxes, insurance, homeowners association, we can provide assistance through Hawaii Community Lending. And then we have water infrastructure improvements. We still are supporting some of that activity on Ho'olehua Moloka'i. And then we have our housing conversion. This groundbreaking blessing was held last week in Ma'ili. And so this will be an opportunity to get these units renovated so that we can have our beneficiaries go in. And again, it would be affordable rental to prepare for homeownership. And then what we are trying to do, we're looking at the prices across Pu'uhana and East Kapolei Ka'ulokaha'i, and we're finding that the cost is so expensive. So one of the ideas is to look at single family modular construction. We're looking at piloting 12 here in Ka'ulokaha'i and 7 in Waianae, so 19 units. The total cost of a 3-bedroom, 2-bath would be about $436,000 compared to Ka'ulokaha'i and the Gentry price of about $600,000. It's a cost savings for our family, so we want to see how that does, and if it's successful, how we can move that into other communities statewide. Operation and maintenance, we did our blessing of Haleo Kumumamo in Kalailoa in December. So this is for temporary transitional housing for homeless beneficiaries on the wait list. During the point in time count, they did find beneficiaries who are in need of housing, get them into these units and then wraparound services and to prepare them for something more permanent in terms of housing. And last but not least is model activities. It's something that we did with the department historically. We haven't done it recently. We want to sort of restart that program where we partner with communities because it's about building communities, as we all know, not just building homes. And so we'll look at model activities. So it can be child or daycare centers, community buildings, job training centers, ag resource centers. So we hope that the project in Maili will be a good example of that kind of wraparound services being provided to beneficiaries in the area. So that's the activities that we have for this funding. We're very grateful Congress did approve a 22.3 million appropriation for fiscal year 26. So that happened late last month. And so now we're asking for funding for 2027 fiscal year. So
Okay, any questions, commissioners, or comments? Commissioner Snow, Marcia?
I just had a question around this projected expenditure. You are able to, or when we look at the activities that was listed, for example, the model activities, it's a zero budget, right? So we're able to play with these numbers?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. As you saw the budget, it's, we're at capacity with, and a lot of it went to homeowner financing. But the goal, again, going forward, Chairman really wants us to leverage these funds. So you'll see more low-income housing tax credits where we'll stretch the dollar more with the intention that these model activities will increase. So some of the projects we want to see for 2027, as an example, is like kupuna housing. And then we would have like daycare centers for kupunas to support that, kupuna housing activity as an example. So you'll see more of the trend go towards low-income housing tax credits and then moving into the model activities. And then, of course, early education is a big, or just education in general, but early education a lot. So we want to see more of those activities in our homestead. I mean, it's happening now, but to increase those activities statewide.
Commissioner Kaneko?
Thank you, Lehua, for you and your team, because, you summarized this enormous program in just 10, 12 minutes. But the inroads that you're doing because of the funding and using the funding properly, we're taking care of kupuna, which is just so important to us. The counseling that you folks are doing so that we prepare for the future, not simply we're doing Band-Aid, get them in. Oh, you can't. Well, sorry, next time. So thank you for all the work that you put together. The report is very comprehensive. It answers every question that I had. So thanks very much for your work.
Yeah, I'd also have to echo those comments, and that I know before you took the helm of this NAHAZA program, it was, I'd say, pretty pathetic, really. So you've kind of not only allowed and justified the increase, significant increase over the last 3 years, and it's resulted in a lot of good things. So keep up the good work along with your team. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Levin.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, we need to, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Hello. Okay, next agenda item E1, approval of lease award and cancellation of corresponding applications for the Kaumana subdivision residential lots in Hilo, Hawaii. Kalani Fronda.
Hello, Chair Watson and
Hello.
Commissioners. For the record, Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. Before I go into E1, just wanted to also say mahalo to Lehua and her team. One of the programs and resources that have come available to really make this Development Division program move forward is working along with NAHAZA and the monies that they provide. So thank you to Lehua and her team. For E1, it's before you is a recommendation to approve the award of one lease to an applicant listed below for 99 years and approval of the cancellation of the residential application upon conveyance of the lease award. And this is for Gwendolyn Ishibashi. And that concludes E1.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Next item is E2 and requesting the commission to approve this motion that's before you to approve the award of Department of Hawaiian Home Lot leases to 4 applicants listed below for 99 years and approval of the cancellation of the residential application upon conveyance of the lease award. That concludes our,
It says for the
E2.
Puhona
That's
subdivision residential. Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
So move.
All
Second.
those, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
E3 is requesting, recommending motion to approve lease award for Kamalani subdivision and awarding a Department of Hawaiian Homelands lot leases to 17 applicants listed below for 99 years and approval of the cancellation of the residential applications upon conveyance of the lease awards.
Move to accept.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Last item from Land Development Division is E4, recommending motion for commission to approve lease awards for villages of Leali'i 1B subdivision of Department of Hawaiian Homelands lot lease to the 1 applicant listed below for 99 years and approval of the cancellation of their residential applications upon conveyance of the lease award, and that is for Kaena Keahi.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
So move. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item F1, approval of to issue 7 non-benefit licenses for telecommunication sites formerly administered under license number 372. Frank and Andrew. Item F1.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Forgive me, I was pulled aside for another issue. But we have 3 items for your review today, wishing for your approval today. The first of which is item F1, the approval for to issue 7, the approval request to approve the issuance of 7 non-benefit licenses for telecommunication sites that were formerly administered under a statewide license agreement number 372. The Land Management Division requests that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant approval of the issuance of non-benefit licenses to the carriers listed in your packet for a continued operation of existing tower facilities located on Hawaiian homelands formerly administered under license agreement 372, which was terminated effective November 2025. They were subject to the conditions that were again listed in your packet. I have, excuse me. I have Andrew Sante of your Land Management Division here to help facilitate the discussion and answer any specific questions that you may have.
Okay, can I get a motion before we have discussion?
So move.
Okay, discussion. I had a question. We got that lawsuit on that one involving the tower that we issued a license and found all the towers in dilapidated condition. So we needed to kind of, I guess, in the process of rescinding, but the lawsuit was that we issued something for a tower that is basically unusable. So all these 7 that you're talking about, they're in good shape?
We still have to do tower climbs as part of the administrative transfer. I believe the lawsuit that you're referring to is separate from license 372.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, but I'm concerned about that, if the towers are in okay shape.
yeah.
So we're gonna do that initially? Should we be doing that before we issue like? Or is that subject to?
So yeah, it would be subject to the current agreements. So after we had terminated license 272 in November,
Right.
Waimana Enterprises lost its ability to administer and manage these towers. So these these 7 licenses would be a kind of interim disposition vehicle for us to kind of step in as the licensor to do our to help with managing these towers and assessing what maintenance needs to be done or repairs.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about us stepping into a lawsuit. And I think we really need to make sure that the towers are, you continue to be usable versus, you know, we take on the responsibility and then turn around and sue us. So let's make sure that when we do take on and substitute ourselves, we let them know that this is gonna be subject to then any, I guess, defects or problems under the old license that we're taking over. We need to kind of address that, or we might just rescind it. Okay. Any questions or Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for the presentation. A quick question is, wait, I can wait. I wanted to ask about the licensees. How did we vet who we chose to award this license at these specific locations?
Yeah, so these are actually former site users on these telecommunication facilities. So Waimana already had sub-license agreements with them. They were serving as the main licensee. They currently are serving our communities and also do support FirstNet services. So this would be this would allow us to keep them operating and make sure that they are in compliance with kind of our requirements and also yeah, to keep running. Yeah.
Okay, so these licensees were already in operation
Yeah.
through the previous license. Okay.
Yes.
And how do we determine the monthly rental fee?
So we are preserving most of the language that was in the sub-license agreements, stepping in as licensor. These rents were already predetermined. These were already agreed upon between the communication site users and Waimana.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this particular item is for a 2-year period.
Yes.
What do we do after that?
So this would allow us to kind of have some interim licensing in place while we try to assess these towers and if it is prudent for the department to move forward with keeping these towers up, we will renegotiate with these communication site users.
Okay, and do these licensees perform maintenance on the towers and upkeep and whatnot?
Yes, they would be responsible for maintaining their own equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last request, could we get like diagrams of the location? Do we have?
Yeah,
It's just for visual. I mean, we got several in Keaukaha, excuse me, and 2 in Humu'ula. I'm just curious as to where their physical locations are.
yeah, I could provide that for
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, I have a
Sure.
question. Aloha, thank you. Has there been any other asks from the department to the current licensees, being that they wouldn't be sub-licensees anymore? Right? Their licenses will be directly issued by the department. Are there any asks being made of these companies with, in regards to, expansion, the current state of their business, financials, making sure they're properly insured? Do we have anything like that in place?
I believe we are in active talks with all of these site users. They did agree to move forward with these site-specific licenses individually for each of them because the tower itself They're using the equipment on the tower itself, not the tower. In terms of expansion and upgrades and modifications, that would be subject to our review to see if it's prudent. We'd still need to kind of assess the health of these towers, but we need to step in as kind of the administrator first.
So there are no current assessments being done with each of these groups?
Currently it's in the plan, but this is just a way for us to kind of have put that we are serving as the administrator and licensor on paper. Yeah.
Okay. I think it would behoove your department to have a really good pulse on who we're doing business with from a liability standpoint. I mean, it sounds impressive, AT&T, but I think the condition of the towers needs to be fully understood by this department before I'm a little confused on the process. I wouldn't do business with someone unless they were fully vetted. So can you explain that, the process, that why we're seeing this to accept without fully understanding the condition of the agreement?
Sure. So currently the ownership of the towers post termination is under contention under lawsuit. This kind of creates a gray area between the users that are currently on these facilities that are providing service to the neighboring communities and also FirstNet. So kind of try to mitigate that confusion by stepping in as the licensor in the interim. That way we can still have them operate and serve our community for their needs while we try and assess the conditions of the towers. Because essentially during this time that Waimana was under the license, we had no knowledge coming from them what the maintenance or repair issues were for the towers.
I guess
it's-
my concern in stepping in would be that an assumption of liability.
Well, what we'll end up doing now from here on in is making sure that before these leases are signed, that there is some sort of inspection done and that we're very clear about who's responsible for what. And this way we can be very clear about the liability, potential liability impact.
Thank you.
Just a basic question. So we're shifting administration of these sites from Waimana, who administered the subleases, to the department.
Yes,
So now we're gonna administer these things,
yes, that's correct.
each lease. Okay, thank you.
I'm kind of wondering, these towers, do they have the capacity to add users? Because I'm thinking if this is a kind of like a revenue generating opportunity, whether we could maybe expand the users, get more revenue. I don't know, take a look at that, see if we can, because I'm sure there's probably entities out there that might be interested. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions,
I have a
Commissioner?
question.
Commissioner Kalepa?
You know, the monthly license fee, is that what is paid to the department?
So that license fee was going directly to Waimana. We haven't received any share since, I believe, 2016. Waimana Enterprises was terminated because of these regulatory and compliance issues.
So my next question is this commercial properties? Where these sites are on?
I believe that they are zoned commercial industrial.
They are commercial industrial.
Okay. Now, the reason why I'm asking is the department has to figure out ways to generate revenue to help Hawaiian homes. And so I'm just wondering, how did these figures come about for these monthly license fee rates? And which you just explained, but as the department takes this over, how do we figure out what is the baseline rent fee for each of these sites?
Yeah, I believe how the department or how the land management division has determined prior to this was solely based on ground lease, but we can go moving forward, look into kind of comparables with other towers in the area.
We're going to be looking into more comparables, not just in the state, but nationwide.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Once again, Frank Hall, the administrator for your land management division. The next item for your next action item on your agenda, item F2, is one that was discussed a little bit earlier, was the approval for the issue of the right-of-way entry permit for Gentry Builders in Kalailoa. The Hawaiian Homes Commission, we recommend that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of the right-of-way entry permit for Gentry Builders covering the subject area identified previously, which was TMK 19-1-013-117, or a portion of. The request is to identify an area for screening and stockpiling material for a nearby parcel that is owned by the permittee and shall be allowed without DHL no other use shall be allowed without DHL permission. Right now, I have Kale here to answer any questions you may have and to facilitate further discussion.
Okay, we're going to have a motion first. Okay, discussion. Really?
Essentially, Gentry is building a lot of homes on their property across of Boxer Street. They needed a place to screen and prepare soil so they can use it to get their required compaction rate. So when they develop the homes, they can do it according to what's required of them. What I did was I took the same rates that we used when we started our bidding of the revocable permit process in that same area, and I used that 11 cents a square foot. I put some requirements in there so that whatever work they do, they need to get permits for, so that we can ensure that they use it according to what the city and the state require. And lastly, there's some trees that I noticed down the street that are overhanging the public road. And I asked them, so, hey, boss, you guys can go cut that for us too? And they said, oh, shoot, they're willing. So I think it's a fair deal. They requested only 9 months, but Linda Chin, who's been doing this for a long time, says that they always ask for 7 months and they always go 8, 9 months. So she says that just ask for 1 year. If it goes short, we just cut it off. If they need longer, we need to come back to the commission for an extra 2, 3 months. So any other questions? I'm happy to.
I did want to note the earlier discussion, the confusion was about the difference between a right of entry and a revocable permit. So it's my understanding that the right of entry was a revocable permit was for more specific commercial uses, so to speak. So the confusion was the timeline. The timeline was initially for a right of entry was 30 days or less. But because this was, supposedly going in front, extended for more than that, that's why we brought it in front of you.
I can further clarify that. A limited right of entry is something that our predecessors long time ago said, like, I'm not gonna go before the commission and wasted time for something less than 30 days. So that gave our administrator a tool to quickly, like if somebody like use the parking lot because they have said the community wants to use a parking lot for 30 days, boom, 3, 4 days, we can turn it around and get that thing permitted and insured and that kind of, and help the community out. So the limited right of entry is for 30 days or less. all too often, we have construction sites where we're building subdivisions and that kind of stuff. We use a right of entry, not limited, a right of entry, which goes on for a long term. So the intent of this right of entry is we cannot do stuff without the commission's approval. And so we recommend rates, we make recommendations, and it's up to you guys. We do this above the table so everybody sees it. The revocable permit, from what I understand, the Attorney General's office used to talk to us about the difference between a right of entry permit and a revocable permit. They like the revocable permit because it's more comprehensive. It's a longer, more detailed contract. And when it comes to evicting tenants, there's more options for us to evict. It's because it's a longer, more comprehensive contract. So that's what I think we brought back the revocable permit after a freeze for, I think, 2 or 3 governor's terms. And I think we had a PIG group that came out and studied the program, and we opened it up again. And that's what we have most of our long-term commercial tenants in Kalaeloa on. But this is strictly for this limited, or this right of entry is just for construction, helping these guys, staging area, just help them out. And they've been good neighbors. They're going to do small kind of extra stuff for us too. So that's all. Thank you.
Chair. Questions? Commissioner Ornelas or?
Can you clarify this? Did you say 11 cents per square foot?
Yeah, and that was a rate that we, maybe about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we hired a consultant, yeah, because a fixed term lease, yeah, say 4 or 5 years or 60 months, yeah, because it's fixed, they're not scared to go put money into that thing, and over the term of that lease, they're confident they can make their money back, or it's equitable to both sides. On a month to month, these guys, they're not gonna put in one building and they're like, oh, 30 days later, you gotta bust them down, you know, like, oh, so they kind of scare off. So the consultant that we hired, they have a fixed term rate, and because it was a month to month, they discounted it, and they came up with that 11 cents a square foot. Yeah, it's not something that we just kind of threw out there. So all of our other bids, I think maybe 1.5 years, 2 years ago, down Kalaeloa, we started the bidding at 11 cents a square foot, and most of them put in their bids at 11 cents a square foot, and that's kind of, when I have to do comparables, I just look at what the neighbor's paying, and that's how I came up with the 11 cents.
That seems extremely low,
Mm-hmm.
even
it
for a
does.
month to month.
Yeah,
I mean, we're looking at, and again, this
Mhm.
is not
Sure.
exactly apples
Sure,
to
sure.
apples, but when you look at vacant land on the island of Oahu, mixed use, we're looking at $100 per square foot to $1,000 per square foot.
For purchase.
Even at $100 a square foot, that is way beyond this 11 cents.
$100
And this is a
square foot.
for-profit entity, correct?
Yeah, I don't think
Gentry?
his rent's going at $100 per square foot for raw land without utilities and.
Yeah, raw
Raw
land,
land, yeah.
$100. So
Purchase then. Yeah.
This came to my, this kind of raised my eyebrows too when I first joined. We are in the process of reevaluating that approach, but because these leases have been in place for a while, and this is just essentially a right of entry, we're just using the same amount, but we are reevaluating those rates.
understood. Thank you for that. However, I would like to make the case
Mhm.
that past practice
Mhm.
doesn't mean highest and best use.
Understood.
And so I would challenge
Mhm.
your methodology on that. Because as we are in a a legislative session right now where it seems as though every dollar is being fought for or begged for. Is 11 cents a square foot, right of entry, doesn't matter, the highest and best use of a trust asset?
Again. I
To
agree
charge
with
an
you.
entity that is obviously financially successful and definitely solvent.
Well, I can give you an example.
I
if
would
it
just
helps.
like
Yeah,
to
and
put
I
it out there.
appreciate that. So, Hunt Properties, who owns most of,
Mhm.
on the market about 8, 9 months ago, their raw land month to month, not raw land, they had paved with utilities was 25 cents per square foot. So because this one is raw bushes, kiawe trees and that kind of stuff. Again, this recommendation of 11 cents a square foot came from someone who does industrial. It's not something that we just cooked up and made ourselves. But again, I just remember Hunt Properties very near this area with utilities, paved asphalt on it. They were asking 25 cents per square foot. So, yeah, far from the $100. I think that you must be talking about purchase price. $100 a square foot is, because I think industrial rates at this point, utilities on Kalailo go anywhere between 85 cents a square to $1.15 a square. Net, I mean, net rate, not the cam and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, $100 seems a bit.
It's just an invitation to look.
Sure, yeah.
Rate.
Understood.
Yeah,
I
appreciate it.
agree with you. When I first heard the number, I was a little taken aback as well. We will be reevaluating.
You.
Thank you.
Just
Question,
a
Chair?
question.
Commissioner, go ahead, Paneco.
The, what is currently, I can't quite figure out from the
Mhm.
charts and maps and stuff.
Mhm.
It looks as though that's,
26.7 or something like that.
yeah, but I'm trying to
We
figure out
rounded it up.
what's on there and what was on there
Oh.
before.
A long time ago, the Navy used it as kind of a construction site where there's real high, around this high.
Hmm.
I don't know what they were constructing. It was military stuff. So the big roofs on it. So right next to it was just raw land. So my assumption is they were doing construction under the big, like a manufacturing construction. Then they'd move the thing off to the side. And it's not been in use for easy 10 years. So I think now it's overgrown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I know that some of our raw land is a liability to us because you can have all kinds of stuff going on over
Yeah.
there. So
Yeah.
I support,
Yeah.
trying to put the land to good use so that people or companies are watching that property. In the future, as soon as Gentry's power with this, I know that we need to be, and it sounds as though you're leaning in that direction.
Right.
We need to start taking a look at what the value of the land is for commercial use, even if it's for phasing or storage. Because we've got a lot of land out there. It's
Yeah.
covered by all kinds of stuff
Yeah, right.
because, and I remember some of the Navy stuff that was out there, but in the future, I know that this potentially can generate some good revenues for us. And so when Commissioner Ornelas is talking about, and I understand, but we have to figure out the best use for our Kalaeloa properties because it's only going to become higher and higher demand for space out there. So that's my remark. Thank you.
It's something you touched on is real valuable too. Those big roofs, yeah. Brothers homeless guys would go through the fence and hide and then park their cars and stuff like that. And we constantly, with the E-team, constantly moving them off. And it's a long, we a lot of resources to move these guys off.
Yes.
So having it occupied is, something that's good for us.
Yes, absolutely. And
Roger that.
I go wandering around with the enforcement guys
Yeah.
and we just don't need to be
Con-
creating more work for them.
Yeah.
So
Right on.
I do support using our properties and using them to the best possible opportunity. So thank you.
Yeah, let me add, with respect to Kalailoa, that is, tremendous opportunity for the department in trying to generate revenues. Part of the problem is infrastructure, which has been a real challenge. It's run on a private system, the water and sewer. And then also, even the electricity. I know we're starting to do improvements. I'm working with Hawaiian Electric, especially on Enterprise, the main thoroughfare. But let me also add that we are moving to activate the use of the lands. We recently entered into agreement for Kalailoa development with Kalanianaole development regarding that, 41-acre parcel on the Campbell side. So that one is going to be turning into an industrial park. We do have the Raceway Park involving about 140 acres, which Pasha is presently using. That also is going to hopefully result in something like 200 million in improvements, similar to the industrial park. And then we recently had the dedication on that renovated barracks, the Haleo Kumu Mana development for our homeless on our wait list. And so we are working with the Hunt along with HCDA. We're looking to acquire additional parcels that the military has somewhat abandoned under the Hawaiian Homes Recovery Act. That's how we got close to 1,000 acres in this particular Kalailoa area. So we're trying to do a master plan involving incorporation of some of the other stakeholders, including improving the water system as well as the sewer. We have priority on the water, so people are coming to us and trying to work with us and move it along. We are at the legislature trying to get some money for to upgrade the infrastructure. So it is kind of like a gem that's being converted. And so the department is moving forward on quite a bit of things in Kalailoa, similar to other areas. So, but this is one area that I think we have tremendous opportunities that we're trying to avail ourselves of. Any other questions?
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, on item 1, the committee shall use the subject land to screen soil. So is the soil coming from off the land and then brought to the location and then screened?
Yes, it is being imported.
Okay. So is any of that stockpile coming from any place that would deteriorate the property in question?
They have a legal obligation to not just clear the things that they imported, but to they have agreed to redo the fences and that kind of stuff. But they definitely have, and we even have reserve our right within this permit that we're gonna hopefully get approved. If we want them to do a phase 1, they have to do a phase 1. If the phase 1 turns out positive, we can go to the next steps to have them clean it up.
Okay, my question is mainly, so any contaminated soil that may be brought in to the location, you guys are making sure that this doesn't happen?
Yes, we are. And Gentry is actually one of the a very how can I say, credible they're credible people, and I think if you move anything more than 50 yards, you're required to get your truckers have to come in and show that it came from that it's clean soil that you bring in. When I say clean, non-contaminated, the actual sifting that they're going to do, all that rubble they're going to use for fuel at other areas, but again, they just wanted to come in and do their separation and make sure they can meet their compaction rate standards on the homes that they build across the street.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, mahalo.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Yeah, Pele and Frank, mahalo. Thank you for explaining about the ROE, the limited right of entry, and the RP. So I did participate in the PIG. So on this submittal though, I don't see any time frame, but you mentioned 9 months. But it is month to month and then reviewed annually like we normally do anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I wanted to confirm, and I like what the other questions were about the value and look forward to hearing back. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also add that with respect to Gentry, we've had a good working relationship. You know, they've built houses in Kapolei for us, the Kanahili, and then they also are the awardee developer for our Kauluoka High project involving about 700 new homesteads. So we've been working with them. They're very responsive. Their quality product or housing is pretty good and reasonable prices. So that, you know, there's more to just letting them use this vacant piece of property. We do have an ongoing working relationship with them. And so where we can help them to a certain extent, I mean, they're not getting it for free, but we do want to maintain a good working relationship, and they have been very responsive. And even as an example, on our trying to get our awardees, a project lease awardees, a little bit more active, because in responding, they are willing to host a get together and, you know, provide food and what have you, as well as a venue to move that process along, which is really critical to give them some guidance on moving forward in their development, especially when it relates to low-income housing tax credit applications and various other things. So they are a good developer. We're using them on the outer islands on Maui. And so they're one of the few that is, I guess, learning as well as implementing the low-income housing tax with option to purchase process, unlike some of the other developers. They have major capacity in bonding and what have you. So it's a good developer, and you know, to the extent where we can help them, but yet also generate revenue for our program, I think that it's kind of a no-brainer. Any other questions?
I have
Commissioner
two questions
Ornelas?
for you. One, so there's no end date to this?
It's the right of entry program gets renewed annually.
But it's month to month.
Yeah, but it's month to month. Yeah.
Okay. Second question,
Sure.
and again, not to belabor the
Sure.
point,
No
but
worries.
with node
Mhm.
improvements and Hunt renting for 25 cents,
Mhm.
can we get them up to 12 and a half? Like
Sure.
halfway for no improvements?
Okay.
I mean, I guess what my
Yeah,
question
yeah.
is this rate negotiable? Like, are you negotiating actively right now?
Mhm.
Or did you just use the last, you know?
I just used what the neighbors were paying, but if you want
We
to.
haven't tested the waters at all on their,
And-
on any wiggle room with getting them up
Yeah.
and using the rationale that,
Right.
okay, Hunt is renting at 25 cents.
Yeah, so.
I guess.
Yeah,
we
so
should
for
really
me,
get
yeah,
as much
yeah,
money.
yeah, and that's good. No, and I appreciate that.
Commissioner Ornelas, you can make a motion to amend.
But
Yeah.
there are two monkey pie trees that hang over. One is Yorktown and the other one would be Midway, I think Midway, that hang over, which I would have to go out to procurement and spend, you know, $3,000-4,000 per tree to cut. So I think I even listed that I between 8 and 10,000, because I didn't actually go out to bid for it, but I cut so many trees, I kind of have yeah. So that I think I threw in the picture. There are also some abandoned vehicles from homeless people who went on there before. We get them off, but you know, the vehicles are still there. They're agreed to move it. And I think I listed those things up there too. So it may not be in the 11 cents a square foot, but I tried to do ask them to do some small community work. And as the chairman pointed out, they've been real good to Hawaiian Homes. I know when they won the bid here, we've been you know, I don't want to say that we're gonna let them take advantage of us, but
We can reevaluate.
Yeah.
And again, in future leases, we will definitely, reconsider that number. But we will reevaluate our approach.
Okay,
Chair.
any
Sure.
commissioners?
Sorry,
Martha.
one comment. So Kale, to your point about this partnership and them being able to kind of, what is the term? Scratch our back, we scratch our back, those kinds of things, fences, trees.
Mhm.
Should that be written into this
I thought I
proposal?
did.
I think there's only one statement that
Mhm.
says remove abandoned vehicles near the site that Gentry will be using.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I have on mind, so. I
Okay,
think it-
originally when I wrote it, I put in the two trees, and I think when I sent it up the ladder, it might have got edited out. but,
My request is just to make sure that
sure.
that's in so that we
Sure,
can hold
you
them
bet.
accountable
Yeah, right on.
to that point. Mahalo.
I agree, because what you're doing is in-kind consideration.
In fact, that's the words I used when I first wrote up the.
Yeah, I don't see that
Yeah,
in
yeah.
here.
Okay,
And
yeah,
that changes
yeah,
what we're charging them
yeah, yeah.
in-kind
Right.
consideration. So I think that's important
Yeah,
when you have things for
Sure.
the commission like that. I think that would change
yeah,
a lot of our opinions about
yeah.
11 cent
bet.
versus the other things that are being done. Thank you.
yeah, yeah.
And okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next item.
The final item for your consideration
Thank you,
today.
Phil.
Thanks, Clay. The final item for your consideration today, item F3, is the approval for an issue of a general lease to Keaukaha Pane'ewa Farmers Association. We recommend that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant approval to issue a 65-year general lease to Keaukaha Pane'ewa Farmers Association for approximately 10.65 acres of Hawaiian homelands located in Pane'ewa Island of Hawaii, further identified as TMK 32-1-025091 for the purpose of the development and implementation of Pane'ewa Hub Multipurpose Center, herein referred to as Pane'ewa Hub, to provide safe space and a place for community events, rental meetings, keke to kapuna programming activities, and to create space for private and nonprofit partnerships that focus on Pane'ewa homestead communities. If you don't have any other further questions for me, I will hand it off to Cheyenne, and she will guide the conversation further.
Okay, Would we have a motion first?
So move.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners. As Administrator Frank mentioned, I am Cheyenne Kapua, Land Agent for the Land Management Division. And on Zoom, we should have Maile Lu'uvai, President of the Keaukaha Pane'ewa Farmers Association, if she's on there. She'll be able to answer any questions or concerns you may have about our request.
Aloha. Can you guys hear
Aloha.
me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, aloha. And so I'm here to answer any questions that you have, but this is a project that our community has been working on for a very long time. We actually started our strategic planning process on this in 2018. So we have completed most of the primary planning for this project, including our environmental assessment, our historic preservation review. We are finishing our schematic plans, and our architect and engineers are going to be working on our architectural and engineering plans over the summer. And we're hoping to go in for permits before the end of the year. But I am here if you have any questions.
Any questions?
No question, but comment.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. Aloha. Thank you, Cheyenne, Frank, and Maile. I just wanted to share that I participated in the process and like what Maile was sharing going back to 2018 and up to recently when we met at the hub there. And KPFA, they have a really great plan, and it's really exciting that the community is behind this, and really appreciate land management coming out and having the opportunity to sit in and listen to what's going on. Really exciting about this chair, and I 100% support.
Yeah, I'd have to, agree wholeheartedly. This is an exciting project. It takes a lot of work. When I was doing the Nanakuli Village Center, it evolved into a 20-year project, and but it's up and it's serving the community. You guys have done amazing things over there, so we look forward to your guys' effort as well as supporting it. So
Mahalo. I want to really thank the Land Management Division, Cheyenne, Kahana, and Linda, and your new administrator for their excellent responsiveness and their support for our community. So mahalo.
okay. Any other question? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo.
Congratulations.
Ahui ho.
Thank you.
Ahui o. Okay, next item,
Mahalo.
G2. Thank you, Shane and Frank. Adoption of the final Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan. Lily and Nancy.
Aloha Chair, Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. I'm here today with Nancy. She'll be presenting on the final version for the Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan. Nancy?
Aloha kako, Commissioners and Chair Watson, Nancy McPherson, Planner, DHHO Planning Office. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Homestead Association leadership of the Molokai Homestead communities of Kalama'ula, Kapa'akea, and Kamiloloa Oneali'i, who accepted this kuleana and gave generously of their time, mana'o, and ike to guide and inform this plan as it moved forward. Without their steadfast participation, we would not have been able to get the Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan, or the MCHCRP for short, to this stage of requesting adoption by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. In particular, Kahekili Pa'akala, President, Kapa'akea Homesteaders Association, contributed the Kipuka Waihona concept, which is also courtesy of Hui Aina Momona. And we do have a PowerPoint here, and we also have consultants, I believe, I'm hoping they're online. Cody Winchester and possibly Barbara Natale of G70. So this, next slide, please. This plan came to you in November as a draft. We have received funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And the idea being that with a community resilience plan, it benefits the people as well as their ecosystems that they depend on. And it also leads us to the potential of applying for site assessment and preliminary design funding as the next phase for this project. But we are looking at additional funding sources and potentially partnerships with University of Hawaii, et cetera. Next slide, please. This is our kind of short postcard version of the planning process. We did present the draft plan on January 7th. After we showed you folks sort of the preliminary review draft, we made some more, kind of spiffed it up and added some more things. And on January 7th, we did an open house. And thank you, Commissioner Lasua, for attending. We did an open house and a presentation in the halau at Kulano EV. And then we had about a 3-week beneficiary review period where we accepted comments. We then revised the plan based on those comments and are bringing this final draft to you today for approval. Next slide, please. The issues to begin with were coastal erosion and flooding. We've done some preliminary planning work, such as the shoreline erosion management plan. We had a UH practicum on coastal resilience for DHHL communities that did some vulnerability assessments. This plan did additional technical analysis of assets, hazards, and vulnerabilities. We held multiple meetings and workshops with beneficiaries as well as with a planning hui of homestead leaders to discuss the issues and explore mitigation options. There was some consultation with technical experts who work on Molokai and are knowledgeable of the conditions there. We did a number of huaka'i where we went Mauka and Makai to ground truth things, and it was very inspirational for our beneficiaries to be up there on those lands, many of them not having been up there since childhood. We heard a lot of memories about those times and also about how things have changed during one's lifetime. And then we got to 5 resilience goals identified to build community resilience. There were also strategies, 26 for the Hawaiian Homestead Associations and 10 that were specific to DHHL. We'll just go through the next couple of slides. You've seen these before, but as you can see, it was very dry when we were up there, not a lot of vegetation. I think you can go to the next one. I think we can see that there's a lot of soil loss because of lack of vegetation and overbrowsing by feral ungulates. But it's really, really beautiful up there too. And, in the Molokai Island plan, some of these areas were designated for future homesteading. So we were talking about that also. Okay, next slide. Hazards. This is a conceptual drawing. And Cody, if you're on,
Yes, hi Nancy.
I think you're on. Yes. Cody Winchester.
All right, aloha everyone. Thank you, Nancy, for introductions. So the plan identified a total of 14 key challenges that threaten these homesteads and the assets that are identified, including natural resources, cultural resources, and infrastructure. Some of these challenges range from evacuation routes being compromised, high levels of flooding in homestead areas, invasive species, including mangrove and gorilla ogo along the coast, as well as deer and ungulates in the Mauka areas. Also, wildfire threats were identified and sedimentation making its way down to the ocean and impacting coral reefs. Okay, next slide, please. So the plan identified hazards. It also identified a number of assets. Together, those were combined to determine a vulnerability analysis. So what you're seeing here is a combination of the hazards on one column of the table and the assets identified on the rows. And each asset then received a rank based on its vulnerability to the particular hazard. Next slide. The plan also identified risks. So taking those hazards, adding that to the vulnerabilities, we result in a number of risks. So there were 5 key risks identified. Those being 1, sea level rise, coastal erosion, and coastal flooding. 2, heavy rainfall, ravine flooding, and drainage overflows. 3, drought, wildfire, Mauka degradation. 4, sedimentation, pollution, and marine ecosystem decline. And 5, severe storms, hurricane, and tsunami. Okay, next slide, please. So as Nancy mentioned, the plan resulted in 5 resilience goals that are designed to address those risks identified on the previous slide. Those resilience goals have a geographic area attributed to them. So what you're seeing here on the map is those the 5 resilience goals: A, B, C, D, and E. A being emergency evacuation and public safety. B, Malca restoration. C, water flow maintenance and flood prevention. D, residential hale, retrofits, and relocation. And E, Makai restoration. So these are color coded to match with the geographic locations on the map. There were also 26 resilient strategies. So these strategies are designed to help fulfill the goals. Those strategies are listed under each of the goals. And this was brought out to the homestead communities. And we asked them, which were your priorities? Which of these should be the top projects that this plan should address? And each homestead identified their top 5 priority projects. And those are shown as the starred items here on the list. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, and this is a same map for Kapa'akea. So each of the homestead areas conducted this exercise. The first was Kalamaula, which we were looking at. This is Kapa'akea. And next slide, please, is our Kamiloloa area.
But Cody, I want to just interject here that we had these general categories which basically applied to all of these ahupua'a. We were looking at it on an ahupua'a scale, Mauka, Makai, and so there were a lot of similarities. There are some projects that are or strategies that are unique to those geographic areas, but these are kind of like major goal categories that applied to all of them.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, this is another conceptual rendering. One of the goals for this plan was for it to be very visual, for it to be very user-friendly, for folks to be able to see what these projects might actually look like. So what you're looking at is a slice of the ahupua'a and what the implementation of some of these projects could be. So you can see on here some of the fire breaks. You can see some coastal erosion projects. You can see some relocation of homes further Malca, evacuation route, and a staged area for an evacuation area or a resilience hub. Also along the ravine are these small, what we call kipuka areas. So based on the idea of kipuka on a lava flow, which serves as a refuge for habitat restoration. We took that concept and applied it here to the stream area, where we could fence in small areas along the stream, do some native plant restoration, which would help hold in the soils, build a seed bank, and then that could be expanded over time along the entire stream bed. Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, each of the homestead communities was asked to identify their top 5. This table summarizes those top 5 priority projects for each homestead. So for Kalamaula, their top 5 were to create an ahupua'a residential hale restoration and relocation study, develop resilience hubs or evacuation sites, develop Malca restoration and maintenance plans, fire break construction and maintenance, and maintain Kupua, Iwa, Coconut Grove, and Kiovea Park. For Kapa'akea, their top 5 were create a pre-disaster emergency response and evacuation plan, develop and maintain emergency evacuation routes, develop Malco restoration and maintenance plan, develop a drainage master plan, adapt structures to withstand coastal hazards. And for Kamiloloa, top 5 are to create a pre-disaster emergency response and evacuation plan, develop Malca restoration and maintenance plan, develop a drainage master plan, implement green-gray drainage improvements and a maintenance program, and lastly, to develop a Makai restoration and maintenance plan. And I'll just mention, just because these top 5 were identified, it doesn't mean that the other projects would not be implemented as well. So all the strategies that were identified are projects that are essentially shovel ready and could move forward with the adoption of this plan. Okay, next slide, please. So for each of the resilience strategies, we created a matrix that helps to show how these projects could be implemented over time. So Nancy mentioned that there were essentially phases for this project. This first phase being the planning phase. This phase opens up opportunities for additional funding. So those are categorized as these tiers of Tier 1 being a site assessment and preliminary design, Tier 2, a more detailed design and permitting process, and then 3, the actual implementation. So the tools, the materials, and actually conducting the work to do the projects. So for each resilience strategy, we outline which tasks would need to occur during each of those phases of the project. And this is just a snapshot of one of those resilience goals and the various projects that would help fulfill that goal.
And this is the homesteaders matrix, homestead associations, right?
That's correct. So there are, again, 26 total resilience strategies for the homestead associations. This next slide is a snapshot of a DHHL matrix that was created as well. So there were a total of 10 DHHL projects that would be carried out by the department. And what we're seeing here is another example of a matrix that was developed for this. So showing who the primary responsibility would be, different partners who would be involved, timeline, where funding could come from, and details about that project. Okay, next slide, please. Well, last time we met with you in November, we had presented a preliminary draft of that plan. Since then, we held a beneficiary meeting to present the draft to the beneficiaries, and we held a 30-day public comment period. We received oral comments during the open house in January and presentations that were provided. Beneficiaries were also offered the opportunity to submit comments online via email. There were hard copies of the draft plan that were at the district office on Molokai, and hard copies were passed out to each of the homestead associations so that they could distribute it amongst their homestead. We received comments on the plan. Some of those comments here, high level, and a desire to incorporate existing hazard mitigation and resilience related projects that were already occurring on the island. So to acknowledge the work that's already being done, the fantastic work, or projects that are near to be occurring in the near future, and to help move those projects forward as well. There's also desire for there to be recognition of Ohana that provided input during the plan, that have generational knowledge of the land, and as subject matter experts. So for the final plan, we made that very clear and identified specifically where certain feedback occurred throughout the process and who provided that feedback, who provided those ideas that formed this plan. Again, related to that, identification of sources and strategies and concepts. So who provided the input, clear identification of agency kuleana. So folks wanted to know who they could go to ask questions when there was an emergency happening. What were the roles of each agency, of each partner that they could go to and ask questions and know how to coordinate during an emergency event. So we provided an appendix in the final plan that lists a number of the agencies involved and what their kuleana is, what their jurisdiction is, and give the homesteaders a bit of a roadmap of who to talk to for what types of issues. There was also a sense of urgency. They wanted beneficiaries were pressing the urgency of needing this plan to be adopted, that they're facing challenges now, that their livelihoods and their homes are at stake, and these projects needed to be moved forward. So desire to move beyond planning to the actual implementation. And lastly, a desire for clarification on framework for future beneficiary engagement. So there were questions about whether additional beneficiary consultation would be required to move each of the resilience strategies forward. And the plan identifies how homesteaders should coordinate with their constituency, with the homesteaders throughout the project. So not necessarily a more beneficiary consultation requirement, but that consultation should be ongoing throughout the implementation process of these projects. Next slide, please.
Cody, I'll go ahead and cover the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have quite a number of plans here. And one of the things we heard was, when are you going to stop doing new plans and actually start doing projects? When are we going to start implementing? Well, I'm a planner. I work for the planning office. And what I'm trying to do is build a policy framework so that all these plans are mutually reinforcing, basically giving DHHL its marching orders for how to, increase, partner with the homesteaders to increase community resilience. We are going to be going into the Molokai Island Plan update this year. That's going to be crucial because we're going to be analyzing land suitability. We're going to be looking at hazards. We're going to be looking at vulnerability. We're going to be looking at, possible areas for relocation, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to incorporate a lot of what's in this plan, as well as in the shoreline erosion management plan that kind of kicked this whole project off. We're also updating the Native Hawaiian Development Program Plan, which we hope will play a big role in allocating resources for some of these projects and for capacity building for the homestead associations. We're looking at water, potable and non-potable. Eventually, the Molokai Regional Plan will be updated again, which will, again, hopefully interact with this plan. We are trying to implement the general plan that was updated in 2022 because it has a lot of climate resilience policy language in it. Again, we're looking at cesspool conversion. Recently completed was a dry stream beds hydrological study, but there is additional drainage study work that needs to be done in order to develop collective, effective solutions. And then we are also going to be doing a statewide disaster and climate risk reduction plan. That's going to be, so this is considered a special area plan, the MCHCRP, but this is the disaster reduction plan is going to be a program plan. So we're hoping that this plan will also inform that statewide approach so that this approach can be replicated across the Pai'aina. And then we're also we're finishing up a project to integrate coastal zone management in Hawaiian homelands, which we're hoping will facilitate the implementation of these projects without having to go through all the bureaucratic red tape at the county level. So we're getting some good results and recommendations, which we'll be bringing to you folks hopefully next month. And next slide, please, which I think is close to the last one. So this is a new model. This is community-based implementation. It emphasizes the importance of the homestead associations and cultural practitioners. It must follow a process where beneficiaries guide decisions at every stage: planning, design, implementation, and long-term maintenance. And monitoring. A beneficiary-led project is defined as a project where beneficiaries set the project goals, identify the preferred designs, select or advise on project partners, participate in monitoring, and hold a primary voice in how the work moves forward. We also want this project to result in workforce development and grant opportunities. Folks on Molokai need jobs. What better than paying jobs that are helping to restore their Aina and the shorelines? We also want to do an implementation. So it was their suggestion to create an implementation HUI. So that will be one of the next steps so that the communities are guiding the implementation process. And then it was, as was mentioned, there needs to be improved coordination within DHHL. So all our divisions, getting everybody on board, which is going to be the work of the planning office in the next month or two. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so next steps. Again, we are requesting Hawaiian Homes Commission, well, adoption actually of the final MCHCRP. Then we're going to assist in getting the implementation HUI going. And then we are also already actively seeking funding for implementation, looking at different sources. I recently attended the Pacific Water Conference and made a lot of amazing contacts there. A lot of people want to help. A lot of people have resources that they want to bring to the island. You know, the problem is the soil is moving down the mountain and onto the reef, and it's really getting bad. And we need to kind of stop that from happening or slow it down, and then, you know, then get chance. But unless we do something, the status quo just isn't going to cut it. You know, the damage, the destruction could be permanent. We don't want that because people, that's their ice box. That's how they feed their families. So it's really important that we get going on this, and just really excited that we're to this point in time. So mahalo.
Any questions? Commissioner Lesueur?
Yes, Chair. I want to thank Nancy for all the work she's done, in addition to staff on Molokai and the homesteader beneficiary organizations who have been able to come together and form something that we desperately need years ago. To date, we're fighting the drainage system on this last big rain that we had that caused a lot of problems as far as the flooding in the area. But hopefully with this plan, at least, we'll be able to get our organizations working on things that we can work with or start working with. And as long as funding is available from the department. I just want to thank the David and his staff at the department over here on Molokai, who's done a very good job, especially with the KOR Park and the coconut grove that has been cleared up a lot now. It shows some improvement, and hopefully in April you guys will be able to see what the grove looks like now, based on what they've done in there. But yes, and you know, the associations coming together took a lot. You know, thanks to Sybil for the Maka Kalamu'ula, Lehua for Kalamu'ula, and the rest of the organizations in the Kapa'akea and Ornali'i area. But like I said, I just want to give thanks to all of these people that they're able to put something together. And so without any hesitation, I would like to move to approve this.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion, commissioners? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried. Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, commissioners.
Thank you.
Molokai thanks you too.
Okay, next item on the agenda, G3, declare a finding of no significant impact for the final environmental assessment for North Kona wells. Did it?
Aloha again, Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here with item G3. This is asking you folks to take action today to issue a finding of no significant impact for the final environmental assessment. Last year, at the beginning of the year, we came for another property that we had cited for water source development. Next slide, Michael. Oh, sorry about that. So as we dive into this, I wanted to first clarify the commission's role. So we've come to you folks previously. We came with this item as a draft environmental assessment in November of last year. We've been talking about this since probably 2018, prior to my joining the department. The overall intention for this is to do water source development that supports our homesteading efforts in Kona. And today, as we're bringing forth the final environmental assessment, you folks' role is to take a look at that. Let me know if you have any questions. Staff will present our recommendation. And hopefully through this PowerPoint presentation, you'll feel comfortable that you have all the information that you need. Next slide. Our recommended motion action is to issue a FONSI, finding of no significant impact. And this is for the second area in Kona that the department is looking at doing water source development. So the previous area brought to you folks is the Waiaha property off Mamalahoa in the Holualoa Waiaha area. This one is on Kamehameha School's land in Keauhou. Kamehameha Schools has generously offered to work with us for us to purchase the location of an existing well. So there's an existing well that's there in Keauhou. And the second part of this is for redevelopment of existing water storage tanks that belong to Department of Water Supply in a nearby area called the Kahalu'u storage tanks. So it's two-part. Water source actual production well being put in at the site. And then the second part is increasing the storage capacity for the area. Next slide. So project background, again, we've come to you folks before. In this map, the purple area down at the bottom, that's the site in Keauhou we're talking about. The blue area in the middle, that is the Waiaha property that we acquired last year and that you folks issued a FONSI for that environmental assessment approximately 1 year ago. And then the gray shaded area, that is the area of concern that was brought up by the National Park Service. So in that area is the Kalokohonokohau National Park with all of its sensitive nearshore marine areas and ancholine ponds. As you can see, most of our green lands, that's all of DHHL's current land holdings, that area is concentrated mostly in that area of concern. And so with guidance from the County Department of Water Supply, it's best that we look off of our existing lands. And that's why we looked at acquiring additional lands, the blue and the purple lands that you see on that map. Next slide. The proposed action that you see here, this is the parcel. It's that little red blob that you see in the middle. The blue is the access to it. That's the existing well. We'll have to put in a second production well. And we'll also have to go through a pretty extensive permitting process. We have completed all of the technical studies, including these environmental assessments, the technical studies that come with that, and Kapa'akai framework analysis. So we're at the draft phase for Kapa'akai framework analysis. Probably by the summer, we'll have that final kapa'akai. And the kapa'akai framework analysis covers both parcels. It actually covers water source development from Keaho all the way up to Kalawa in the north. And so very comprehensive, because we understand even though we be moving forward with these two areas, that's still not going to produce enough water for us. We will need more water in order to fulfill our homesteading in Kona. Next slide. These are some of the diagrams. This is of the actual well site and the production well. Next slide. This is for the existing Kahalu'u Department of Water Supply tank site. So those tanks need to be expanded. Yeah, it's one thing to pump the water, the groundwater from the earth, and you pull it up, but you also have to have a place to keep it. And building up storage capacity, and especially in areas like Kona, where it's exceptionally arid, is very important to that continuity of water to the end user. Next slide. There are 13 significance criteria. All of these are, environmental as well as socioeconomically related to this potential project. The final environmental assessment looks at all of these different significance criteria, and based on the technical assessments and the impacts, as well as the mitigation measures, staff does make a recommendation for a finding of no significant impact, that the potential impacts would be mitigated appropriately by the suggested mitigation measures. Next slide. Now, I do want to go into those. Apologies in advance because they are robust. The green highlighted area, again, these are not new. I brought these previously in November, and actually they're very, very similar to what was brought for the Waiaha parcel as well. So these are the types of mitigation measures that we're looking at. Mitigation measures to control erosion and sediment. Mitigation measures for biological resources. Next slide. This one looks at archaeological and historic properties. Most of this comes actually from the Kapa'akai framework analysis. There was pretty extensive discussion about historic areas, areas of significance, and how beneficiaries would like to see us mitigate potential impacts to that. Next slide. We also go into cultural resources and practices. Now, cultural resources and practices, right, that's traditional and customary practices. Oftentimes, it's referred to under Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution. And the mechanism that, effectuates Article 12, Section 7, protection of traditional and customary practices and native rights, is a Kapa'akai framework analysis. It's that three-step process that says, what we got, what might happen to it, how do we make sure nothing negative happens? So that framework is meant to be captured in Chapter 343, which is the environmental disclosure document and that process. But oftentimes it's not explored to the extent that Native practitioners and those who would like their Native rights to be protected fully explored. And so in order to increase the amount of conversation and potential mitigation measures specific to our cultural resources, Native rights, and practices, we prepared the Kapa'akai framework analysis. So there's a pretty robust list of all of the inventory of traditional and customary practices in the area. Next slide. This inventory then leads to understanding what could be the potential impacts to the area. What is the extent to which those resources, including traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rights and practices, could be affected or impaired by the proposed action. And this articulates the mitigation, that potential. And then next slide. That final of the three steps looks at, these are all of the ways, feasible actions by the department to protect Native Hawaiian rights, including all of the following. And it's actually 3 slides. It's covered in your submittal. I'm not going to go into everyone, but I am happy to entertain any questions about them in general. Next slide. So continued here, next slide. and finished up here. Next slide. The summary of the environmental assessment. So a finding of no significant impact is based on the proposed mitigation measures that they will help to mitigate any potential impacts to both the environment as well as traditional and customary practices and native rights. It is very critical that as we proceed with these projects, that our implementation does not forget about those mitigation measures. And so this is in essence a covenant that the department is accepting that these mitigation measures are in fact critical steps and will be implemented in subsequent phases of the project. And that this project itself, it does increase the opportunity for homesteading on our lands in Kona. At present, we are most constrained by the availability of water in that area. And that does affect our homesteading, but it also affects beyond our homesteading. Yeah, we all know conceptually that putting a bunch of lots together and building homes is not the only thing that builds a thriving homestead. You need common space, you need park space, you need other types of resources, preschools, and other types of community gathering areas. And through the combination of all of those types of spaces, that is how you design or work towards a thriving homestead. And every single one of those components requires water. Like I mentioned, if we are able to proceed with water source development at both of these sites, we will not have enough water to fully address all of our Kona areas. And so as this is following the framework from our acquisition of the Waiaha property, we will continue this process. You will hear from us again. And it will not only be in the Kona area, we will need to continue this work in all of our areas that are water constrained, which is the bulk of our undeveloped homestead areas. This pathway has thus far been very inclusive of both beneficiaries with beneficiary consultation, as well as actual consultation with lineal descendants, Kama'aina informants, and Ahupua'a tenants in the Keauhou area and in the North Kona region in general. Just wanted to take a moment to mahalo everyone who has helped to contribute to all of those steps. Next slide. So I wanted to briefly run over past actions. Draft environmental assessment was published in the environmental notice November 23rd of 2025, just following us coming to the commission to present. There was a 30-day public comment period that ran into December. Our consultant helped us to pull together the final environmental assessment that you folks have before you. If the commission approves the issuance of a FONSI today, then we're able to publish the final environmental assessment in the next issue of the environmental notice, which is February 23rd. And then that opens a 30-day legal challenge period. Once we get through the legal challenge period, then we have to dial in on actual water source development. We need to finalize acquisition of the property through a purchase and sales agreement. You will see us again bothering you about that one. We will also have to design and construct a test well, confirm the test well results, go through the hopefully not too arduous process of getting approvals from CWRM for permitting. And then the actual design and construction development of the well, the storage, the transmission lines, the dedication, and then eventually we'll have wet water for our homesteaders in North Kona. We're at a point in the process that's probably about midway. The next steps are very similar to what we're doing for the other parcel as well. Next slide. This is the recommended motion action. Issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment presented to you folks today. Mahalo for your time. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, can we get a motion? We can have a discussion. Okay. Any discussion or questions? A lot of information here, so quite a bit. Yeah, it's good reading material when you're trying to go to sleep. Anyway, let's see, is there any other discussion other than my comments? All those in favor say aye. Oh, who?
Question, Chair.
Oh, okay, Commissioner
Yes,
Lasua.
is, I know the island is short of water, Molokai is like that.
Correct.
Is it, do you find any other solution as to, besides the rainwater and any other place that we can get water from?
Yes, I think that the department's strategy for water should be a multi-pronged approach. One aspect that I think is often overlooked but is captured in the meat of this document is actually water conservation. So the better our systems are, the more money that we can secure for repair, replacement, and upgrade of our existing systems, as well as our existing homesteads. Yeah, quite a bit of water is utilized currently. And most often when we think about how do we create additional capacity on an existing system, we think about adding capacity to that system. Another way to add capacity to the system is actually to make the system more efficient. So if we can partner with other entities and other agencies, potentially tap into federal funds and whatever resources might be out there, if we can take a more collaborative approach with our counties, with our other state agencies, and look at things like Maui County offered some years ago, I'm not sure if the program is still ongoing, but you could trade out your toilets for low flow. If you would bring them, they even had it on Molokai. And so trade out your toilets for low flow. If the homes that we're building have low flow fixtures, all of those things are things that will help to conserve water. And through that water conservation, you're actually increasing the capacity that's available on the water system. Another big component is education. So folks need to know how much water that they're using and ways that they can help to kind of protect water. Also looking at things like what systems and what areas are utilizing potable water, drinking water, for non-potable uses. Yeah, the more areas that we are able to produce a source for both of those, especially spaces where we have a lot of agriculture or pastoral happening, if we can provide a source of water that is not potable water, but is instead irrigation or ag water, that also drastically increases the capacity of drinking water that can be used for homesteading. So I think we could probably talk about it for several days. They had a Pacific Water Conference that talked about it for some time. But yeah, those are some of the initiatives that we should really be looking at. We have one staff person, Cherie Ka'anana, who's our water program specialist. One task that she's working on right now is a kind of Pai'aina-wide strategy of what are these types of priorities. Another thing, as you all know, because you represent different regions, the best pathway is really region specific. You can't have a cookie cutter fit all for every area. And so we need to not only develop strategies, but we need to look at how can we actionize these and what will they look like in the various regions. So the strategy that Cherie is working on, of course, we'll bring it to the commission, but it's going to be like a real rough and dirty one. It's not this big funded, beautiful aesthetic planning process. It's more looking at what are the critical needs and how do we get there and how do we tailor it to the different regions. So those are all the different things that are in the works when it comes to water.
Chair, I
Thank
have
you
a
for
question.
information.
Commissioner
Oh, I'm
Nellis.
sorry.
Commissioner Nellis.
Oh. I'm just curious because you have Kohanaiki, which is a luxury community that has a golf course. So have we talked to our neighbors to see how, I mean, it is probably one of the most luxurious developments in Hawaii, that, you know, obviously has a private club and, you know, takes a lot of water to run that. And listings don't sit very long in that community. So, you know, there's a lot of action there. And people need water to build their homes. they need water to water the golf course. Have we talked to them at all to see how they're managing to, they keep expanding this community?
Yeah. So I can't go into specifics on every development, but in general, one of the things that we've looked at is where are their water credits, the way that County of Hawaii handles it, similar to County of Maui, is that there are water credits or equivalent units that are assigned to the land. And oftentimes you're not able to take water credits from one parcel and utilize it on another parcel. A lot of these older resort developments, even though they're not building until now, or they're not expanding till now, they are banking on improvements that were done 20, 30, 40 years ago, where they had a water agreement that captured their water credits. Another one to look at on the Big Island is the Ouli development. That's off of Kauai Access Road in the South Kohala area. So that one, that is a new development in that particular parcel, but the water credits have been attached there since Mauna Lani was being contemplated. And so we have explored a lot of different things. We've looked at, there are some private developers who have lands where they have a certain number of water credits assigned to it. And they have kind of talked to us about if there are excess or surplus water credits, being able to transfer to the department. Unfortunately, those are sited pretty far from our existing lands. It doesn't take it off the table. It just means that every water agreement that we do needs to be inclusive of the Department of Water Supply, the county. And so, it does, having, tri-party agreements and sometimes more just does take a lot of time. This particular parcel, the acquisition of these lands and this water source development, these areas were identified 2018, 2017. And so it just takes such a large amount of time to get over the hump of doing this style of water source development. I think the other part to mention to your question is there are other moving pieces. Like you mentioned, how do we look at existing water credits? The County of Hawaii Department of Water Supply has been very, very generous with us in our Pu'ukapu Lalamilo area. We had planned to do water development with water credits in Lalamilo of like in excess of 700 water credits or homesteads in that area. But because of the UXO constraints and other constraints that have come up through the technical studies, we know that that number is now much closer to 400. Our water agreement for Pu'ukapu and Lalamilo is a collective water agreement. It covers both areas, even though they're served by different systems. Lalamilo is a separate system from Pu'ukapu, but in that way, the county has been super generous in allowing us to reallocate, looking at reallocating those water credits into other areas in the similar system. So it is a challenge to the county if we were to take water credits on one side of the island and ask to utilize them on the opposite side of the island. That's typically something they try not to do because it doesn't actually increase their capacity. It just increases, it's taking the kapu from one side and asking to use it in another side. So I think that we need some more comprehensive approaches, working with the county, and even possibly looking at water source development that might not be operated by the county, depending in certain areas. For instance, Kailapa, right, in Kauai High, there's a huge push to have the county take over that area, but their water system actually doesn't reach to it. So that's why it's served between a private water source and DHHL's water system. So in order to potentially dedicate to the county, we actually have to build out the whole county system so that it can connect to the homestead before we could even contemplate dedicating it to them. I would say Maui and Hawaii Island, our outer islands in general, it's a different water landscape than we experience here on Oahu. And so the strategies that we use are very, very different because most of Oahu is served by county water, whereas most of the outer islands, most of our lands in the outer islands are not served by an existing system.
Yeah, one of the things that we're doing, especially on the Big Island, is trying to work with some of the other, I guess, landowners, in this case, Parker Ranch. They're currently on and using potable water for their activities, which, you know, is primary cattle production. And so we entered into a memorandum of agreement with them, along with Commitment Schools, and exploring different ways where we can help each other. And one of them is to convert their potable water and switch it over to a source from the Department of Ag right within the area, thereby freeing up the potable water that we can then use and generate some water credits, maybe 50 to 75, somewhere around there, that we can then use to do some of our development. So it's really a collaboration between the Department of Water Supply, as well as a private sector, as well as the Department of Ag. Now, they are somewhat protective of their water sources, and so, you know, we gotta kind of encourage them to I guess, work with the different entities in order to facilitate this. The other thing is, you know, they have a lot of expertise on the water, prior use of the water in the lands in that area. So that expertise has generated some ideas on improving the water systems. So we're actually at the legislature going in for some distribution systems money, which Senator Richards is very supportive, which will basically result in activating and providing water not only to Parker Ranch, but more importantly, our lands, which we can then activate in whether it's ag or cattle production. So again, you know, it's really looking for different opportunities and working with the entities that really, whether they're providing expertise on cattle industry or water or the activation of other lands. So we're getting some synergy on the Big Island. You know, we're also working with the Department of Water Supply in providing some pumps, which is very, very expensive for them because they have to pump it from deep within the earth. These pumps are kind of falling apart, and so by us providing them the money, I think it was 4 million or 5 million, they have advanced some water credits. The other area we're looking at is geothermal, gang, and you know, I know that's it's going to be a challenging one, but I think if we get the geothermal going, that will provide a cheaper electricity source that can run these pumps, not only on the Big Island, but all the different islands. So that's where I think that's an opportunity that we need to explore. So the coming year, we're going to reach out. We're starting to understand the technology as well as the benefits from geothermal and see how we can help our lands. So there's about 10 different sites we're looking at. We've also been, again, approached by the private sector to see if they can work with us. So to me, that's really a game changer for this program if we can get that geothermal going. But again, it has to be beneficiary led. And you know, I'm always pushing that, as well as localizing the benefits to whatever facility that we build, that the beneficiaries surrounding it will get priority on whatever revenues as well as benefits are generated, as well as enterprise development. So that's something that, and I'm glad we got some good members on our PIG, and we're moving forward on that. So anyway, any other questions for Lily? If not, should we take a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Lily.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Lily. Okay, this is next agenda item G1, report of the public hearing for administrative rules and establish the Helena-based priority wait lists and adoption of proposed amendments related to the Helena-based priority wait lists. Lily and Julie Cachola.
Just me for today.
Where is Julie?
I have not heard from her. So hopefully she's doing okay. Wanted to dive into item G1. This is two-part. Today, we're bringing before you both a report of the public hearing, and secondly, we're bringing before a request for action. Michael, I'll wait for the presentation. Thank you, Michael. I'll go ahead and get started if that's okay for you folks. So the agenda for today, talking about this item, we're going to cover some background and context. We've come before this commission several times, so I did want to kind of clarify some of the past actions and get us up to present. Next, I'm going to be talking about the public hearing and a report of the public hearing, as well as the testimonies that came out of that public hearing process. And then finally, I'll be presenting the proposed amended admin rule for action from you folks. I'll jump into the background and the context. Perfect. If you can go 2 more slides over. Thank you so much. So wanted to just quickly cover our Hawaii revised statutes have procedural requirements for rulemaking. They were updated October 1st of 2025, which was exciting. In the middle of our rulemaking process, the process and procedures changed. And so that's why we were a little bit delayed in getting between your approval in September to here today. That being said, mahalo to Hokule for assisting us quite a bit in getting through that process. Before the rules can be adopted, the state agency is required to publish a public notice 30 days before a public hearing, conduct the public hearing, accept written and oral testimony, consider and discuss the testimonies, which is what we're doing today, obtain commission approval, which is also what we're asking for today. And then after that, it's a responsibility to compile the revised admin rules, which would be for chapter 10-3. In order for it to be actually finalized, we have to go to AG for approval. Budget and Finance has an opportunity to take a look at it. Not listed here, usually you have to go to the Small Business Review Board. The previous comments that we got from them was, this has nothing to do with small businesses. Why are you bringing this to us? And so we're just waiting for an official correspondence from them that says as much. And then we have to go to governor for approval. We had some challenges in getting governor's approval for the public hearings. And so we did proceed to public hearings. So we will need some assistance likely in getting governor's approval in completing this process for the admin rule update. We filed the adopted and compiled admin rules with the Lieutenant Governor's office. And after after it's signed and then filed, the rule becomes effective 10 days after filing. So as far as when will these rules take effect, it's contingent on the steps following commission approval. Next slide. Wanted to cover some of the process and timeline. So in December 2024, that's when the first crack at a revised admin rule or a proposed new admin rule came to the commission, and we asked for approval to go out to beneficiary consultation. From March to June of 2025, we did a whirlwind statewide tour with 23 beneficiary consultations, including virtual, that were accessed by our beneficiaries on the wait list that now live on the continent, as well as folks here in Hawaii. The 23 meetings covered meetings across all of the islands. And then we came to you folks in September to present the beneficiary consultation report. That report was accepted as complete. During that discussion, there was some discussion from this commission that looked at the actual proposed rules themselves and suggested some revisions based on that beneficiary consultation input that had been received through the process. In December of 2025, after we got notice of the October 1 change to the process, we were able to get publication out, which would be public notice for the public hearing process. December 2025. In your submittal, it has all of the dates for that. It is important that those are published 30 days, at least 30 days ahead of the hearing, which we did for all of the major publications. We did for West Hawaii, Today, The Garden Isle, Honolulu Star Advertiser, and Hawaii Tribune Herald. Because it was right along the holiday timeframe and because they're not published every single day, the Molokai Dispatch and the Maui News did publish notices, though they were not compliant with the 30-day process. That being said, our thoughts were, even though we only have to publish in the main newspapers, we wanted to publish everywhere that we could. And so the main publishing covers that 30-day requirement. In addition to that, we have all of the email addresses that folks shared during the 23 beneficiary consultations, and they asked for updates. So we utilized electronic notices for all past participants in all 23 of those beneficiary consultations, as well as reaching out to the various associations that attended across the Pai'aina. So that's how we tried to get the word out about the public hearings. In addition to that, we conducted the public hearings last month. They were conducted on January 28th. We did 2 public hearings. One of them was a virtual meeting held at noon. Again, we do have a significant amount of our beneficiaries who live on the continent, and so making sure that there's an option that's accessible to them is very important. We offered the 12 p.m. virtual meeting, and then following that, at 6 p.m., we did a hybrid meeting. So both in-person hosted here at Halepono'i, as well as the virtual element where folks could participate regardless of where they were. And then we're bringing you folks today the public hearing record. We'll be covering some of the details of that. Next slide. So these are some of the concerns that had come up during the beneficiary consultation process that then became amendments to the proposed admin rule. So first is the application process, that it's very onerous and would be another opportunity, that this may be another opportunity for DHHL to disqualify applicants because we're adding another step in there. That is addressed by the fact that this Pilina-based priority waitlist component is optional. So it is not required. For all of the applicants who are eligible to apply, they are not required to participate in this. This is an option to be used when the applicant would like to utilize it. The second point on there, applicants can claim connection to more than one place. You know, most of us are descended from multiple lines from multiple areas. How do we, you know, keep folks from just coupling everywhere and being the number one in every spot? The way that that's addressed is that you're only able to use this option one time. So if you are on that wait list for 2, 1 residential and 1 agricultural lot, you can only choose one of your applications and you can only choose 1 location. You cannot choose 10 locations, that type of thing. That's how the admin rule was amended in order to address that. The next question that came out was, it doesn't identify how long an applicant needs to reside in a place in order to qualify for the Pilina waitlist. Should be at least 1 generation. I think the previous iteration said about 20 years, thinking about 1 generation. But amongst discussion from this commission in September, folks wanted to honor the fact that 18-year-old beneficiaries are able to apply on their 18th birthday. And so that they are not forced to apply and then have to wait 2 years before they can enact the Pilina priority. We're putting the number at 18 years. That was what was suggested and came out of the last commission meeting. The next point that was brought up, an applicant who has a relative who lives in an area doesn't prove that that applicant has Pilina to that place. The Mana'o was pretty overwhelming about that. So that option, that pathway to establishing your Pilina is removed from the administrative rules. The next one, the admin rule should not use Hawaiian words because they can have multiple meanings, which could be interpreted in different ways. There were 2 words that were found in previous iterations and also in the iteration that you see here today. One is wahi and one is kuleana. Both of those were removed in order to address this concern. Next slide. And this last one was probably the most wide discussion that we had. It had to do with, should this rule only be eligible for areas that have the Kuleana homesteading program? Yes or no? That was contemplated by this commission in September and ultimately decided to expand beyond the Kuleana homesteading program. Again, as a refresher, the Kuleana homesteading program is a program where we identify certain areas that may be challenging to homestead in a traditional way with county style roads, electrical power, water system, all of that type of infrastructure. The 2 areas that we use as a model for Kuleana style homesteading, one is Kaikinui on Maui. The next is the proposed settlement of King's Landing. 2 areas where off-grid style homesteading can be implemented in those areas, but cannot be implemented to our kind of county building standards and traditional styles of residential homesteading. Now, this came up several times. It also came up in some of the testimony that we received at the public hearing. One of the biggest concerns was, well, that's not a part, this component where it's not limited just to the Kuleana homesteading program, but is expanded to other potential areas. So it's not limited to just the land use designation of Kuleana homesteading, but it's eligible for other homesteading areas. That was commented on several times. One of the comments had to do with procedurally, suggesting that because it would change from just being able to be utilized on the Kuleana land use designation to other types of homesteading, that would trigger additional beneficiary consultation. I think that was a good point to discuss and something to discuss, something I'm open to discussion more of. I think planning office's comments on that is this change, like the other 5 changes that came before, that is a product of the beneficiary consultation. So the change that was enacted by this commission in September that expands it from only available on land use designations that are Kuleana homesteading to other homesteading uses, that did not come out of the ether, and it did not come out of only the commission's discussion. That came from that beneficiary consultation process. And so if you think that just this item triggers an additional beneficiary consultation process, then all 5 of those would, of the previous edits, would also trigger beneficiary consultation. I think that it is a very arduous and time-consuming thing when done correctly. I'm not opposed to beneficiary consultation. It's why the department hired me. I enjoy it quite a bit. However, I do think it's important that as decision makers, you take this into context, that the purpose of the expansion beyond Kuleana homesteading comes specifically from folks who participated in beneficiary consultation, heard that it was only for areas under the land use designation of Kuleana homesteading, and said, how come? What about me? So some of those areas include, I think I have them listed on there, in Hilo, Hilo mentioned because outside of King's Landing, there are no other areas for kuleana homesteading. And so our longtime homesteaders, multi-generational homesteaders in Keaukaha and Pane'ewa, it would not serve them. Maku'u also expressed the same concerns. That's something that is even captured in their regional plan. How do we create opportunities for lineal and cultural descendants of Puna to be able to live in Puna? It also was heard for Kohala and Waimea. A lot of our older homesteads talk about that because we have multiple generations being raised in the homestead. And yet when they're offered in Kona. They're offered in not Kapolei. They're offered in these other areas that will, in essence, cut them from their piko, from the area where they have all of their ohana structures. That's something that the department has done in the past. Commissioner, you mentioned previously, just because it's something we've done in the past doesn't mean that it's something we should continue to do. I think that that applies to this as well. Our current process does not allow for folks who are lineal and cultural descendants or Ahupua'a tenants to say, hey, I would like to be able to live in this area. And in fact, me living in this area will allow me to be more successful. The origins of this comes from East Maui, Ke'anai, Hana, Wakiu, also King's Landing, where they say, hey, we would love to see this area homesteaded, but it takes a certain kind of makoko, a certain kind of preparation to be able to be a successful lessee in these areas. And so that should be a part of the criteria. We do it when we look at pastoral plots. In the past, we've asked that lessees or applicants demonstrate their pastoral prowess. We ask folks with our agricultural lots that they demonstrate their agricultural prowess and their makoko for that. And so this is of the same vein. I think another comment that was really powerful was in Waimanalo. We heard a lot of it in Waimanalo. It's another one of our older homesteads. And there's no kuleana homesteading on Oahu, and there likely will not be any. We likely will not be designating kuleana homesteading for Oahu. And so for Waimanalo, their only opportunity to be able to engage with the Pilina-based priority is if it's expanded beyond the kuleana homesteading program. And so that is why they're so passionate about it. Again, their regional plan also captures the sentiment of, you know, we need to produce more space. We're doing more development here. How come we're not able to keep people who are established in this region? Why can't we provide opportunities to them here? Why are we trying to displace them and move them to Kapolei? And so I think that we previously didn't have a pathway to address it, and this would be the first opportunity for us to address those types of sentiments. Next slide. Wanted to cover the public hearings. So the revised area or revised rules that we brought out basically changes everywhere where you saw Vahi. That was like the area, what area are you claiming for your pilina, was changed from Vahi to area. And then we removed kuleana homesteading and just left it as homesteading. A copy of that is also included in the submittal. It starts on page 16. Next slide. The process that was also presented at the public hearing, this is what DHHL's internal process would be to effectuate this revised administrative rule. So there would be notification. The area, right, formerly known as the Vahi, the area that people can claim pilina to will be captured in what our ongoing planning process is. We create either master plans or settlement plans for all of our homesteading projects. At that point, all of our master plans and settlement plans include beneficiary consultation. It's a requirement of creating those plans. During that process, that is when the area will be defined. And whatever other details that folks would like attached to that area will be captured through that beneficiary consultation process. It should look different depending on the area. What works for Ke'anai does not always work for Hana, does not work for King's Landing, et cetera, et cetera. And so it must be tailored to the place. We already have a vehicle, which is our master plan or our settlement plans, that addresses this and is done with beneficiary consultation. And so that aspect would be captured there. In the application process, applying to the Pilina-based priority waitlist is optional, but it will require additional application steps. You'll have to establish your Pilina. So we would notify folks, hey, we have a certain area where we're going to be creating a Pilina-based priority waitlist, and that will allow folks who might be interested in getting on that waitlist to submit additional documents and go through the Pilina-based priority waitlist application process. Next step would be an internal step, which is verification. It's called out in the language of the administrative rule how you can prove your Pilina and be verified. So we would be following the rules of the steps of the administrative rule. Next would be lease awards. So once DHHL is ready to give out lease awards for that particular area, if there is an area wait list, that is always the highest priority. So area wait list first. Area wait lists, if you aren't familiar with those are prior to 1978. So when the Hawaiian Homes Commission was first allowing wait lists, folks signed up for specific areas. Waimanalo, for instance, has an area wait list. It's actually our longest area wait list statewide. It's over 500 folks are waiting on that area wait list. And then in 1978 or thereabouts is when the department switched from an area wait list to an island-wide wait list. So the Pilina-based priority would live between the area wait list and the island-wide wait list, in between those two, similar to how the Lanai priority measure is enacted. And then there would be, the last step is closure of the Pilina wait list. So once all the leases have been awarded out for that particular area, it would close the Pilina wait list, and it wouldn't affect anyone standing on the island-wide wait list or the area wait list. It would still be ranked in the same way, honoring their application date. So this would create a priority-based waitlist option that would live in priority after our area waitlist and ahead of our island waitlist, and would require folks to submit documentation in order to be verified as having a legitimate claim for Pilina. Next step, next slide. The public hearing report, again, we had 2 public hearings. One was the daytime one that was strictly virtual. One was the evening that was hybrid. We had attendance at both, mix of in-person and online. In total, 30 people attended across the in-person and virtual options. Next slide. These were some of the primary support themes that came up from those who participated. Comments about generational ike, that this knowledge comes from living and growing up in a specific area, and that part of homesteading is actually putting folks on the land so that they may be successful in rehabilitation. And part of that element of success was suggested as generational ike, that having generational ike of a specific place like King's Landing or like Kahiki Nui gives you more aptitude for success in that particular area. There is another theme about Kupa'aina recognition, this idea of what about our people of the space? You know, Kupa'aina, those are our folks who are the backbone of these regional areas. And so thus far, we have not had a process that identifies a pathway for them to remain in their you know, generational regions, or to kind of claim their lineal descent or cultural descent to a certain area. And this creates a pathway for them. And also the ability for stewardship continuity. That came up specifically from our East Maui and Kings Landing folks who've said there's so much beyond just the homesteading, being able to care for these Hawaii that have been here for generations, for the nuance of the coastal area, for the Mauka area. There's so much to Malama'aina within the regions that's beyond just your little homestead lot. And that the department actually would benefit from having strong community that has knowledge and connection to that space and can help to support the department in a collaborative way. I think that our current efforts for natural resource management, there's never enough money, there's never enough staff, there's never enough time. Perhaps if we can look at how to huli that so that we are partnering with our communities, that might help us to improve our stewardship of Aina. Next slide. Some of the primary concerns that came up, again, this is specific to the public hearing, the attendance, as well as the testimony. So expansion beyond the Kuleana areas, some folks did comment that they had concerns about that, that it should trigger additional beneficiary consultation, that folks, that was not contemplated in the previous beneficiary consultations. However, it was contemplated in the beneficiary consultations. All of the consultations that I attended in person and virtually, it was discussed. And it's part of why when staff came to the commission in September, we asked for you folks to take a look at expanding beyond the Kuleana homesteading area. The next has to do with fairness to long waiting applicants, folks who have been on the wait list for a long time. There's always going to be a concern that you're creating a loophole that will go around them. I think some of the ways that we've tried to address that is where the Pilina-based priority waitlist lives, that it's after our area waitlist, but is an option to be engaged ahead of the island waitlist. It's not a perfect process, but it does address the majority of the concerns that folks have expressed. And the alternative is to not act. So the commission has just chosen not to act to this point and to allow things to continue without allowing folks an opportunity to engage their Pilina to certain Aina. And so those are kind of the alternatives. Should the commission not feel like moving forward, we would be not acting on this request that came up from our beneficiaries. They asked specifically for us to create a pathway for them and to attack the administrative rules, since that's where the pathway lives. Finally, there is a concern about Department of the Interior. Have they been engaged? What were their comments? Do we need their approval? So any changes to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act itself does require engagement with Department of the Interior. We did receive comments from the Department of the Interior and requests for records of the public hearing. But things like Hawaii revised statutes and Hawaii administrative rules, that lives in the state realm. The Hawaiian Homes Commission, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is in this interesting political status. Technically, it falls under cooperative federalism. We have a federal framework, which is the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and then we have a combination of federal and state oversight, and most of the actual action lives with the Hawaiian Homes Commission, as well as in the administrative rules and Hawaii revised statutes. So things that are in the state realm are outside of the oversight of Department of the Interior. We have full control over our administrative rules, since our administrative rules just details procedure of how we effectuate the work that we're doing. Next slide. Next slide. So starting on page 16, it has the revised language that we're asking you folks to contemplate. There are no significant changes from the previous edition, from the previous action that was taken in September. So this would establish a Pilina-based priority wait list for areas where DHHL is planning to make homestead awards. It would establish the term area for lineal descendants and current or previous residents, which will be further identified in the master or settlement plan process. It establishes how to prove or qualify folks to the Pilina to place component, and it also establishes a procedural process for within DHHL to effectuate this. Next slide. The Pilina-based priority, this is some of the mana'o that has come up, that it is a trust-based rationale. It does work to preserve the generational knowledge that comes with being a longtime resident of place, supports sustainable land management, strengthens rural Hawaiian communities, prevents further displacement of lineal descendants of a place. It also provides a means to restore or return displaced lineal descendants to their ancestral lands. And it is not a preference by status. It's a preference that's grounded in place-based stewardship and place-based mana'o. Next slide. Some of the equity safeguards that have been built into it to be addressed. So for fairness, the Pilina waitlist is optional. It is not required. So it should not be a barrier for new applicants. Applicants will remain on the island-wide waitlist in rank order. Only one Pilina lease award is allowed per applicant. So you must choose, and you must only choose one area. The waitlist expires when all of the lots have been awarded, and non-awarded applicants, should there still be folks on the Pilina waitlist, will return to their original island-wide waitlist in their original rank order. Next slide. We've given you quite a bit to chew on. Mahalo for the time to discuss. Our staff recommendation is to adopt the proposed amendments related to a Pilina-based priority and approve proceeding to compilation of the Hawaii Administrative Rules for Chapter 10-3. Mahalo.
Okay, why don't we take a motion, then we can have a discussion. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion, questions, Commissioner? I know that there was a lot of information, so I'm sure you guys have a ton of questions.
Chair, I have a question. So
Commissioner.
thank you for this, Lillian. You answered a lot of the questions that I had, but the one question I have is around if you put yourself on a Pilina wait list, you don't get called, you get put back onto the island wait list. Does that mean a next project comes and you can go on that Pilina wait list as well because you didn't get called even though it's
So you may only be on one Pilina waitlist at a time. However, once that waitlist closes, you can go onto a different one.
Okay.
So you can also remove yourself from it.
And that means then you could also go to different places if you are able to establish that Pilina.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, I think that that is a likely scenario, especially for areas like Kings Landing, where we don't anticipate having an exceptional amount of homesteads, whereas there are plenty of people who can claim Pilina to that space. We'll also likely see that in areas like Waimanalo, where there are a lot of people who can claim Pilina, but we likely will not have enough homesteads to serve all of them. So it would serve first the area waitlist, then the Pilina waitlist, and then once we've exhausted all of the homestead leases in that area, it closes the list. And the list can be reopened if we are contemplating new homestead development. The chair has been rapidly acquiring as many lands as we can. If we're able to continue with that, that would allow us to potentially open up more opportunity for that. But it is very much contingent on what homesteads we're planning to develop, where we're going to be doing a master plan or a settlement plan.
I'd just like to make a comment that how important this Pilina process is to protect the future of Hawaii's places. When I look at places like Hana, and we did the same thing in Lahaina, and I attended the Lahaina one. And I'm going to use Leali as an example. 95% of the people that are receive the lease in Leali are people from Lahaina. And the pilina that comes with that place and the knowledge of that place is so embedded and is carried on because of we're able to keep people from Lahaina in Lahaina. I think that places like Hana, Keanai, King's Landing, this is so important to the long-term value of sustainability for our people. This is really crucial. So this is really important, and I'm really happy that the department recognizes this and is making efforts to make this a part of the leasing process. This is great.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Commissioner Pilikin.
Lily, mahalo. That's a lot to take in. So I was just curious, so I just got a couple comments and maybe some questions, but so we talk about the area list continuing to be of the highest priority. Out of the approximately 30,000 waitlisters, do we know what the number of area waitlisters are?
I believe it's around 1,000 or less. The largest area wait list is Waimanalo, which is 500. The next closest is Nanakuli, which is under 200.
1,000 is close enough. So 1,000 statewide area lists. So this
That's for area residential for the most part, yeah.
oh, so there's ag and pastoral on the area wait list. Okay.
No,
Okay, well, that 1,000, that's a good number. So that means the remainder is all on the island-wide wait list.
correct,
Okay, so Pilina would come above island-wide, right?
correct.
And the folks that apply for the Pilina wait list, they could come from either of these categories, right? Area or island-wide.
Correct.
I guess if they're island-wide, it would be a better position for them. Okay. And the Pilina list, the application process, how long will that window be open? Is it a continuous thing for the duration of DHHL as years go on and decades, or?
So if this amended rule would go into effect,
Uh-huh.
it would affect all of our future master plan and settlement plans
Okay.
that we would want to make sure that we're addressing area in each one
Right.
and allowing for Pilina-based wait lists for that. That being said, it does live within that planning process, which already has beneficiary consultation. So I just want to put it out there that who knows what our beneficiaries will tell us depending on the area. I wouldn't put it past our beneficiaries to tell us depending on the area. Yeah, no, thank you. We don't accept that in the plan. And then as staff, we're not able to implement something into a plan without it going through beneficiary consultation. So that's in the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Okay. And so then you mentioned the Pilina list when the available awards are not available, that whoever's on the list for that area, that list will no longer be it won't apply anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, once we have given out, so say we have a development in King's Landing. We open a Pilina-based priority wait list there. It's already been kind of identified in the Kuleana settlement process. And we would create that list. A notification would go out. Folks would be advised on how to participate in the application process to establish their Pilina to that area. We would have to have captured that, completed that process in order to begin giving out our awards. Once we give out the awards, say we know we're going to give out 50 awards in that area. Once we've given out all 50 awards, then we have to close that Pilina-based waitlist because that satisfies what was planned for that settlement plan. So the kind of capacity or the volume of how many leases is dictated by the master plan or the settlement plan.
So the plans are reviewed periodically. And so if we expand on the plans and we decide to add more awards at some future time, what happens to the Pilina list that we expired?
So if we close the Pilina list,
Yes.
once it's closed, then we would reopen it. So if we're going to, because that would usually, we wouldn't close it if we're gonna do phases, you know, like Lala Milo would be another one. Say we open a Pilina-based priority list there. We know we're gonna do 4 phases there, or even Honomu. We're gonna do 4 phases there or 6 phases there. The Pilina wait list would be open for all of the phases of that
Right.
because the master plan for that area says how many total lots there are gonna be. Once we have finished that development and we've closed out that homestead, then we would dissolve the list. Now, say we acquire land, or say folks say, oh, actually, this area right here was supposed to be in a special district. Well, that was to catch water, excess water runoff. Well, now we have technology where we can capture that and we don't need 20 acres. We can do it in 2 acres. So let's take 2 acres out of this 20 and capture that excess flow of stormwater. And then the other 18 acres, let's put that out in subsistence ag lots. That would require a master plan. And it would reopen that process of identifying how many lots could we put there and establishing the area and a Pilina-based priority.
Okay, thanks. One last question. So if the commission approves this rule change, and then we have this Pilina list in place, will applicants ultimately come before the commission for review and approval of the list?
No, in the same way that their eligibility is not determined by
Area or statewide?
Yeah. So it would follow the same application process. So you folks usually it's usually captured in the consent agenda.
Right.
So it would follow the regular application process that we have now.
That's a good point. So then, when we have beneficiaries applying and they're accepted on a Pilina list, then the consent agenda should capture that and it should be reported on a monthly basis. Is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That right one?
I have a question regarding that as well. Would a notification go out to all existing people that are on the list, whether it be 29, 30,000?
Yeah. The notification would go out because not all 29 or 30,000 can claim Pilina to
Right.
certain area.
But they would be aware of that
Opportunity.
Correct.
opportunity.
And then I think also, for internally, that's something that we should include if we do things like Nuho newsletter or on our website or on our social media, in the same way that we address other notices that we want to get out to folks, we should also look at those other means as well.
Yeah, so that's gonna, well, let me go back. HSD was consulted with regards to the Pilina base program early on. And we limited it to Kuleana only because of the workload that was gonna be imposed on HSD or specifically applications branch. Expanding it beyond Kuleana is gonna require additional staffing. I'd be remiss if I don't ask for additional staff because this is gonna require a lot of work, not only taking in applications on a monthly basis. You see under the consent agenda where individuals on the list request for transfers, that requires work. This is gonna put on a tremendous load on staffing. But on a personal basis, expanding it beyond Kuleana, in my opinion, is gonna dilute the importance of the application base itself, which is application date. You're gonna have certain individuals that have been on the wait list for a certain number of years who may not have Pilina or relationship to an area and will be jumped over. And again, that was the basis why we at HSD agreed to leaving it to Kuleana, because it takes certain individuals to live on Kuleana. But expanding it to the other types of leases, in my opinion, will create some hardship for some individuals.
I can see one of the challenges will be to confirming Pilina to an area. I mean, what you're gonna go to the area and you're gonna have to, talk to Ohana or people around there and confirming at least 18 years. I can see where there'll be a lot of,
There's gonna be some information in the vital records that we already have, but that's
Okay.
still gonna require research. But again, I don't wanna douse any excitement or, this can be a good thing for some individuals. But there are gonna be individuals that'll be negatively impacted by the expansion.
and having said that though, if this is approved and we go forward, then HSD would implement this into the monthly reports then.
Yes, we will come before you to provide the beneficiary's request to be placed on the Polina base program.
Thanks.
Question, Chair.
Alice?
Oh,
Lily, have any of the locations been identified yet as far as Pilina area? And
I
if it
think-
is, how many are there?
The only settlement plan that mentions specific area and could be utilized to create Pilina priority, the only settlement plan would be King's Landing. We do have settlement plans that are probably at draft stage for East Maui, but our settlement plan includes engaging with the folks who are in that area. Lineal cultural descendants, most of which are beneficiaries, applicants on the wait list. We were told in East Maui that we could not proceed for Ke'anai and Wailuanui, not with the support of the participants, until there was an option for them to ensure that folks could live, that the folks who have been in Ke'anai could potentially stay in Ke'anai. Theirs is really interesting because the lands that are there are in essence mostly kalo patches, and these are served by ancient auai that require people who know what an auai is and how to be a good neighbor. And so there's pretty exceptional concern in Ke'anai that if you have outsiders come in that say, oh, I don't know, I don't want to grow kalo, maybe I'm going to grow who knows what, the potential impact to all the surrounding kalo farmers and the auai network. So currently, the only settlement plan that contemplates Pilina based is King's Landing. There are two settlement plans, the one in Hana and the one in Ke'anai and Wailuanui, that we have put a pause on and cannot complete until we address this issue. So should you folks choose to not proceed, then we would likely be jammed up in being able to award to folks in King's Landing and East Maui, based on what they are hoping for. They've participated throughout this whole process because not only does it serve them, but it's a model that can possibly serve other spaces. So the origin is from those areas that would be adversely harmed by folks coming in and changing the network of those spaces. And so that's just something to contemplate.
Okay, the other
Sorry.
the other concern I have is based on Juan's comment. Once that takes over, staff is going to need to be multiplied.
Yeah.
In other words, more staff is going to be needed if that's true. I can see that happening. As of now, I think they're short staffed right now.
I think one thing to note is in order to establish the Pilina-based priority list, we have to have a settlement plan or a master plan. Planning office currently has 12 staff, including myself. We can only do so many at a time. And so the number of Pilina-based priority wait lists are constrained by our ability to do settlement plans and master plans. And so in that way, we could only do so many at a time. And then it would kind of trickle down to HSD from there. So just procedurally, that is kind of what the likelihood is. Even though this rule would take in effect and we could amend every master plan out there, we really don't have the capacity to do so. And we would need to do it step by step. So I imagine, we can, right now we do, we can probably do 4 to 6 master plans at a time. Our past budgets, it really is constrained by our budget. We're only able to do the master plans and settlement plans as it's approved by the commission. It usually costs like $1 million to do all of the planning and design and development for one entire homestead area. And as we all know, financial constraints are huge. So we might do 1 to 2, or in the past, we've only been able to do 1 to 2. In this coming budget, I will be asking for a lot more than that. We will try to maximize as many as possible to keep up with this expedited process of addressing all the folks on the wait list. So we're going to push, planning office will push as much as we can, but also bear in mind, we only have 12 in the staff and only half are actual planners.
I'm kind of wondering, the King's Landing, okay, let's take that as an example. Say we pass this, you still have to do all this. Is that master planning for King's Landing pretty far along where we could implement this pretty quickly?
Yeah, we can implement it quickly for King's Landing. The East Maui would probably take a few months for us to complete those beneficiary consultations and get the draft plans out. But the settlement plan for King's Landing, they were very clear with us what they envision. And so that's the only settlement plan that really captures this mana'o about area and allows for a Pilina-based priority. Other than King's Landing, we don't have any plans that currently address it.
So we still got to decide whether it's Waimanalo or Hana or KNI. I'm kind of very concerned about Hana and KNI. Those are areas that, we got to get it going. We got to get the wards out and we got to preserve the Pilina for that area. And so I would say that those would probably take priority over any others.
Yeah, I would say we're about 2/3 of the way through the planning process there. And I think all the folks in Ke'anai and Wailua Nui Hana area, they want us to, if this goes through, they want us to hustle. And so we will follow our process, but I think the engagement we're going to get from folks is going to be more than we've ever had before, because they, kind of see the light, that there is a purpose for them participating in the plan. And so those projects are already funded. We would have to look at subsequent settlement plans and master plans, which are mostly in the procurement process right now. So can we expedite? Yes, we can. But it takes time, and I'll be bothering you folks about budget soon.
Yeah, and HSD does not want to have King's Landing wait any longer. They've been waiting for so long. We want to proceed with that. And Hana and Kenai, same thing. But I think we should kind of pump the brakes with additional or expanding these types of programs to other areas.
The commission, you folks dictate to us what plans are funded. Yeah. When I bring the budget to you folks, it's line items called out by area. And so in order for us to do a master plan or settlement plan, you have to say it's okay. And you have to okay the dollar amount that's attached to it. And so this is, an administrative rule change, but the actual function of it remains the same. We are beholden to your decision making, especially when it comes to budget allocation and areas that we're able to do. You have the ability to look at it and say, oh, this has East Maui in here, and then this has Maku'u, and then say, oh no, Maku'u needs to be swapped out with Waimanalo, or Makuu needs to be, so, you know, that's for you folks to decide. All I can do is prepare the budget and bring the line items to you, and it's for you folks to duke it out in what areas get funded.
Commissioner Kaliki.
That's a good point, and I was wanting to know more about that. And I hear what HSD's concerns are, but if you have to come back before the commission on the next steps, because we got to have master plans in order
Right.
to move on in this process.
Absolutely.
So I think as commissioners, our beneficiaries will reach out to us. I mean, knowing if, you know, we pass this, that, hey, we have this opportunity.
Mhm.
And then that way, I mean, the term duke it out or whatever, but if I hear from other commissioners that there's a lot of beneficiaries interested, I'm going to support, you know, in moving
Yeah.
that forward. So thank you, Lily and
Mahalo.
Juan.
Any more commissioners?
I-
Then we'll have a public
I
discussion.
do. So thank you so much for sharing that. I will be voting against this. I'm going to stand by my comments in September. While I believe in the spirit of it, I think it's, and you even mentioned it today, I think it's really important to remember where this came from or where this idea was born out of, which is Kuleana. And so I'm not at all opposed to it eventually. I think if these areas are priority areas, then they should be given priority. I don't believe a sweeping rule change, kind of interdepartmentally, as well as not going back to the beneficiaries for all 6 points. While it's a lot of work and money and time, I think that those communities, and we heard from them, some of those members, when we were in Hilo, I think they deserve that attention and priority aside from, you know, overarching rule change. I think that we can still achieve that, or because you're right, to live, survive, and thrive in those kinds of communities really takes a very specific and dedicated skill set. That's what I'm hearing is really being the meat and potatoes of the issue, which I'm fully supportive of. However, this massive rule change, I don't really interpret that to fit the needs of those communities at this time. So for that reason, I will be voting against it. Mahalo.
Okay. Any other,
Chair, I have.
Commissioner Kaniako?
So when I listen to the sweeping rule change, that gives us a capability to use the rule and then the capacity of the department to be able to take that on. It's disproportionately disadvantaged to us in the department because we can say, hey, everybody gets to do this, but the reality is our bandwidth will only allow us to prioritize as we go through. Kings Landing absolutely is one of our priorities, and East Maui and Hana, absolutely. And so as if we do a sweeping rule change, the reality is that we're not going to get to Waimanalo, and we're not going to get to Nanakuli, and we're not going to get to a lot of the communities that may desire to implement that Pilina list because we just don't have the capability. And can you comment on, I mean, I've heard that.
Mm-hmm. I'm hollow you for bringing that up. I think that is a point of concern. I think from a staff perspective, I would rather that level of detail be addressed at the kind of budget approval process and direction of staff time and resources, which is 100% at the commission's disposal, rather than putting that level of nuance and detail or constraint into the administrative rules. I think it's important to understand the arduous process that is the administrative rules. And I will likely take a lot of flack for this, but it's my it's my perspective that we should contemplate doing administrative rule updates annually. That sounds terrible for everyone. However, there are a lot of barriers that live in our administrative rules, and our administrative rules create more problems. So for instance, there was a choice in the past to put our water rates into the administrative rules. And so now in order to address the water rates, we have to change the administrative rule. And so it takes the action out of your hands as commissioners and puts it into the administrative rule process, which is a state guided process and requires all of these other steps from other entities. And so for that reason, I caution about the level of constraint that's put into the administrative rule, because it does, from a certain perspective, limit your power and limit your authority when it is written into the administrative rule. Whereas if you were to, enact as written, you still have your own limitations based on how you choose to fund master plans and settlement plans and how the department is funded as well. So I think that the concern is a real and legitimate concern. But I think that putting it into the administrative rule is not what my recommendation is. My recommendation is to attack it through other avenues that are already built into our procedures, as opposed to putting it into the administrative rule.
Okay. Any other question? We do have a public, Homelani, won't you come up here?
Mahalo, Chair, for allowing me this opportunity. I was in one of the beneficiary consultations, and my concern was about the list itself. And so when I applied for Hawaiian Homelands, it was in, believe 1984. At some point, the area list, I don't know, I guess that's what it's called. So my sister, when she applied, which was much earlier than me, she applied for Waianae and she stayed on that list. But when I applied, I couldn't apply for Waianae because the department no longer did that, right? So as time went on and she was notified, she finally got a letter that said that she could come forward, and she did, and she selected based on the fact that she was on that list, not because of where she was on the big list, the actual list, but because she was on that list. And I kind of see this, and that was my question in the beneficiary consultation, because those of us who may have put our names on that list, that is the way I think you need to look at it. And this decision for all of you, I really don't want to be in any of your shoes or seats, because it's really difficult, right? Because we're talking about people and we want to protect that. We want to protect what's in Hana. We want to protect what's in King's Landing, because these people have lived there forever and there's generations. My heart, my na'au supports that concept. But what do we do with the people on the wait list when we just come out of the Kalima case? And that's a concern for me, right? Because we've had to pay out millions to those on the Kalima case. And so as you consider this, know that those of us who, when we applied, that particular process was not available to us. So if you establish this, then there will be those who are on the list that says, well, if you did this when I applied, then I would have put my name on there. And so this is a complex. When we talk about our people in Hana, King's Landing, and all the other places, they have ano. Their na'au is what we have to look at. But how do you balance that? Without any more suits against the department? And I struggle with that. And I know that you will struggle with it. I'd love that Lily has been able to really present this whole case to you really clearly. So I wish you all the best. But I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Just take that into consideration. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, it's a major step, gang, and so I know we will be challenged, but I think we as the commissioners have to make the hard choices, and you can vote up or down, but we need to make decision. So maybe we'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua,
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua,
Aole.
Commissioner Marfil,
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas,
Aole.
Chair Watson,
Aye.
5 ayes, 2 noes, the motion is carried.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo everyone for your time.
Hello.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we're gonna take a lunch recess, maybe 1:30. We gotta go. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1:30. Okay. Yeah, 1:30.
That is all.
Okay, we're reconvened. Let's see, we're on agenda item E5 for information only. Waihuli Water Development Memorandum of Agreement with the County of Maui Department of Water Supply. Kalani Pranda?
Aloha,
Hello.
Chair Watson and Commissioners. Before you is E5. I also have with me online Elijah Davidson, our project manager, and he will be presenting this item.
Aloha Chair, aloha Commission.
Hello.
For the record, my name is Elijah Davidson. I'm a project manager with the Land Development Division, and I'm presenting item E5. So just waiting for the presentation here. Okay. And so before I begin, I've presented in the past to Commission for information the Waihuli Wells, and Waihuli Wells is a project. But for the purpose of this meeting, I'll go over it once more. And so diving into the presentation, really looking at beneficiary needs. For Maui, and specifically Maui, there's a huge water limitation. And without new water sources, our projects may face delays and remain unbuilt. Our future DHL housing on Maui may not be able to proceed without securing additional water resources. Next slide, please. And so as many of us know, the DHL waitlist is extensive. It has a total waitlist of 9,380, with 3,947 being residential and having an average age of over 60 years old. Next slide, please. And so this slide is just taking a look at the project location. It is located in upcountry Kihei, or upcountry, right below Waihuli. Next slide, please. And so taking a look at this vicinity map, this is taking a look at the project. And so this project is 3 wells located right below Waihuli, with a transmission line leading down towards Haleakala Ranch's land, or right next to Kihei, at the beginning of Kihei. Next slide, please. So to give a brief project overview, the proposed development is for 3 wells in the water transmission system in upcountry Maui. This critical water infrastructure is not only to secure DHL's long-term water access, but is also to support the development of over 1,000 homestead lots for Native Hawaiian families right now. Instead of waiting for additional water to become available, the system is expected to generate advanced water credits, which will unlock the ability to provide support to the Waihuli Economic Development Opportunity Area, 950 single-family residential lots in Waihu Mauka, Wailuku, and Kamalani, as well as 55 agricultural lots to support ohana farming and self-sufficiency, and additional future lots in all of Pulehunui and the surrounding area. And I want to emphasize one portion of this project is the advanced water credits. When we're talking about memorandum of agreement, advanced water credits is crucial. We can begin development now without having to finish construction of all of the wells and transmission systems. And so in total, when the system is fully developed, it could serve an estimated 2,880 residential units for Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries. Next slide, please. And so this is taking a look at the memorandum of agreement, what's included. And the primary portion to take a look at is the estimated operating capacity of these 3 wells is 1.728 million gallons per day. And of those 1.728 million gallons per day, all of it will be credited to DHHL. So these wells are built and for DHL. All the water coming out of these wells is dedicated towards DHL and our developments. And the advanced water credits listed within the memorandum of agreement is to provide 39.5% of all of DHL needs at the very beginning before the wells and transmission system is built. Next slide, please. And so why the agreement with Maui DWS? One of the primary reasons is the agreement will allow DHHL to use existing transmission lines to supply water for development in central, south, and upcountry Maui. And that is crucial, specifically because if DHHL was to take on a project to build transmission lines across to all of our developments, it would be very, very expensive and unrealistic. But we are able to tap into the existing infrastructure that DW has to transmit our waters to our developments. And also the agreement lays out advanced water credits to provide water credits to DHHL to begin future homestead projects now. And additionally, operating costs. The agreement will save DHL on operating costs that would otherwise cost the department millions of dollars a year. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So the main purpose of this memorandum of agreement and these well developments is faster housing development. As we know, we're releasing thousands and thousands of leases, many of which are actually on Maui, and this allows us to construct our homes sooner and faster. Sorry, can we go back to the other slide? Sorry, Michael, can we go to the previous slide? Okay. And it is also focused on supporting economic opportunities. The WELS is focused on enabling various uses in the Waihuli Economic Development Opportunity Area, creating new avenues for local business, farming, and community investment, while also strengthening our water sovereignty. And I want to really focus on that water sovereignty, especially for Maui. Huge issue. Maui is facing a water shortage. And for DHHL, with our list of over 29,000 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, it is crucial for us to continue our development so our beneficiaries do not pass away on the list. And this system is also focused on laying out the foundation for long-term homestead expansion and sustainability. Next slide, please. And so this is just taking a look at which projects that will benefit from the MOA now with these advanced water credits. It is the Waihuli Economic Development Area, the Kamalani Development, Pulehu Nui, Wailuku Single Family, and Waiahu Mauka. Next slide. And of course, based on the previous meetings and what our expectations for this project is to respect land and culture. We will be, the proposed water agreement accounts for DHL's requirement to comply with HRS Chapter 343. The proposed water agreement also accounts for DHL's requirement to comply with HRS Chapter 6E, as well as accounts for DHL's requirement to comply with Article 12, Section 7, which is the Kapa'akai framework. Next slide, please. Okay, so I don't know why I put this picture showing me, but from last commission, or like last commission meeting that we spoke about, we have determined to start a working group and really led by Commissioner Archie Kalepa. Thank you, Archie, Commissioner. And so this is all the individuals that were a part of the working group. And so we had 2 meetings so far. The first meeting was on December 4th of 2025. And the second meeting was on January 27th, 2026. And so really a result of this meeting, I believe, and from hearing all of the beneficiaries and representatives, was that it was very positive feedback at the end of it. The first meeting, we gained a lot of mana'o from everyone and was able to integrate that within the draft MOA and make those necessary changes. And in the second meeting on January 27th, we actually invited Maui DWS to come and be a part of the working group, to have that discussion and to ease everybody's concerns and to explain the huge benefits of this project and really taking advantage of the situation with Maui DWS and the opportunities that we have currently to be able to work with DWS and provide sustainable water infrastructure for DHHL. And so at the end of that meeting, one of the remaining revisions that was explained that needed to be made within the draft MOA was that we wanted to include monthly reports coming from DWS Maui so we can see what's being pulled from those wells and seeing what exactly is being given to DHHL. Next slide, please. And so for today's informational, we're just talking about the draft MOA. I provided it for everyone online. But the primary goal, and as explained earlier, is the advanced water credits. It's so we can continue our current DHL projects that we have provided leases for. And without this draft MOA, it would cause us to have to develop wells for each individual project. And I'll give an example just for Kamalani. the estimated amount that would cost to develop just one well for 400 residential units would be $60 million. Or, sorry, correction, $40 million. But for the estimated amount for 3 wells up in Waiahuli, this would take about $60 million and provide water for over 2,000 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. And as explained in the last meeting, in the working group, that's really beneficial, especially when you're going for funding for a project. When you're showing that you can spend $60 million to benefit 2,880 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, or you can spend $60 million or $40 million to benefit only 400 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. And so with that, next slide, please. I wanted to thank you all and mahalo for everything.
So that concludes E5. As you noticed, it really took working with different leaders in the community, and also, as Elijah mentioned, with Commissioner Kalepa leading this and really suggesting that we move forward in this way.
Okay, this was just for information.
Just for information purposes.
Okay. Next.
Okay. E6 is for information only as well. DHHL partnership with University of Hawaii School of Architecture to provide practical educational opportunities for University of Hawaii. As we take a look at our different projects, we've been really innovative in looking at resources, but we're also mindful of the pipeline of how do we raise this next generation to be able to consider and look at being involved in moving forward our mission. Elijah Davidson, once again, will present this particular informational item.
Okay, mahalo, Kalani. And so moving into item E6 for information only, this is regarding a partnership between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the University of Hawaii School of Architecture and Community Design Center. And so the purpose of this is to formalize a partnership between DHHL and UH Manoa that would bring student innovation to support DHHL projects through culturally grounded design, sustainable housing concepts, landscape strategies, and advancing Native Hawaiian housing outcomes while providing experiential learning opportunities. Next slide. So really the benefit of a partnership between DHHL and University of Hawaii is to strengthen the relationship with University of Hawaii, building a long-term pipeline for future collaboration. Also, taking a look at culture, being culturally grounded with design and landscape strategies that could reflect Native Hawaiian values and practices. And it does align with DHHL's mission to deliver housing that is efficient, affordable, and rooted in place. We're also focusing with this partnership with innovation, access to innovative design thinking, and emerging architectural research. And as well as community, strengthening community and beneficiary engagement and design. With the agreement, we can do early stage concept designs to inform housing, site planning, and community development decisions. Next slide, please. So, I know I briefly went over the purpose of the memorandum of agreement, but I want to dive into it further. The purpose is really so that DHHL and UH could develop 4 separate MOAs. And with these, the reason for 4 separate MOAs is so we can formalize a partnership supporting our planning, design, exploration, and decision-making on specific projects. And for 4 MOAs, we're able to specify the unique sites, scopes, and timelines. Separate MOAs can provide flexibility while maintaining a consistent partnership framework. And the framework really focuses on having one course, one project, and having defined deliverables for each project site. Students will work with academic schedules while DHHL provides real-world constraints. And after the course, faculty and a small team of students further and refine the work over the summer. And so for DHHL's role, DHHL will set the project focus. It'll determine the level of engagement and the use of deliverables. There is no obligation to build or carry out what has been produced by this MOA, but it is focused on supporting exploration and decision-making. Also, the value to DHHL is to explore the multiple solutions simultaneously, and there is low risk and high value, and it is really a mission-aligned innovation. And so really the big picture for this MOA, or for these multiple MOAs, is to establish a repeatable partnership model, not just a one-time class exercise. Next slide, please. And so this is a very brief informational on this. I'm planning to go in for decision-making on the MOA next commission in March. But I guess I kind of want to go deeper into why this agreement and kind of my personal experience. So my background is actually in design. I went to the University of Hawaii and I was at the School of Architecture, got my bachelor's degree in environmental design. And I seen the benefit being there, being able to work on multiple projects. And for example, one of the projects that I was able to work on was actually the Eisenberg or the Bolodrome project, the Halimo'ili'ili project. And with that, and learning all these kinds of real world situations and incorporating into my studies, it impacted me, not just as a college student, but me as a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, being able to be a part of that program, being able to integrate it into my studies and learn about it. It impacted me and even impacts the way that I work here at the department now as a project manager, taking into account culture, taking into account how design can influence all these many Native Hawaiians and even beyond that, and how it can influence the way that people interact with their environment, and also that community engagement aspect. And so I would just like to say that the impact that it had to me as a Native Hawaiian beneficiary was enormous. And I think a partnership between DHHL and the University of Hawaii is mutually beneficial and can provide that innovation and that ideas of thinking outside of the box to address our long wait lists. A wait list that has been around for many, many years, over 100 years. And so with that said, there's also Kathy Hoshar, who is online. Kathy Hoshar is also an associate professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa School of Architecture and is the director of the University of Hawaii Community Design Center. I'd also like to preface, she was also one of my professors back in college while I was at University of Hawaii. But if you have any questions, she's here.
Any questions?
I don't have a question, just a comment that I think this opportunity provides, to your point, Elijah, this framework to build up the next generation. And so I think it's an amazing opportunity for us to partner with the university. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other comments? Okay, Elijah, thank you. Good
I
job.
just wanted to thank Kathy and Elijah for sharing today this presentation. Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, the next agenda item, C2 for information only status report, DHHL enforcement. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Just quick note on my submittal at the bottom, it says item C3, it should be C2. This is just our monthly update for the period of January 12th through February 8th. During this window, we received 6 requests for investigations, bringing the total for the calendar year to 31 reports were submitted since the last submittal, and that brings our total count to 32 for the calendar year, and 7 official correspondences were sent to beneficiaries regarding ongoing matters. Couple significant events over the last period. On January 13th, we secured 2 properties in Panaeva that are leased out. And this is significant because, again, this is a new approach under Chair Watson that allows us to actually go and secure lease properties that have pretty much been abandoned and causing safety issues to the surrounding homesteads. So again, this approach is something new, but it's so needed, and we're very grateful for that. January 14th, we talked briefly about it last month. Commissioner Kanayakua came with us. Glad to say that the thing that was approved today, the right of entry for the Panaeva Farmers Association, this is right next to that area. So we're glad that that site is being activated and it's going to be turned over to somebody who's going to take care of it and really help out that area. And then also on February 6th, you know, kind of good and bad, we did a joint property inspection with Narco Vice on the Big Island. While it's not good that we're having to do that, I think this plays well, indicates that that relationship with them has been continuing to grow in a positive direction. They actually kind of gave us information regarding the work that they were going to do prior to actually doing it. So I think it shows a lot of trust that's developing between the two sides, and we just want to continue to build on that relationship. Over the last period, again, our beneficiary out engagement, KCDC, Panaeva Farmers Association, we participated in Neighborhood Security Watch walk as well, and then we continue to reach out via our monthly emails for any additional concerns that need to be reported from our beneficiaries. And that's it for the summary. Open to any questions.
Any questions? If not, thank you, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Next agenda item D1 for information only HSD reports. Juan Garcia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Juan Garcia with Homestead Services Division. Item D1 is the status reports for Homestead Services Division, which includes Exhibit A, homestead lease and application totals, and monthly activity reports, as well as Exhibit B, the delinquency report. This morning, there was a discussion on area list statewide. Exhibit A, page 1, shows the area listing for each of the islands. As Lily indicated, there's a little, just under 1,200 area lists statewide. Oahu having the highest. There's 829 area listers. And then the second largest is the Big Island, which has 178. The report shows that as of February 1st of this year, there's just under 46,000 applications. On page 2 of Exhibit A indicates that the 46,000, approximately 46,000 application is represented by 29,587 applicants statewide. On the next page, page 3 of Exhibit A, we are showing 11,040 leases statewide. And then our delinquency rate has been steady at about 23%. There has been some decreases on some islands, but that's washed by increases on the island of Molokai, as well as Molokai and was it Maui? But I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? No, I guess not. Okay, thanks, Juan.
Thank you. Thank you. Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, next item, E7 for information only again, Act 279 Working Group Annual Report. Kalani Franda.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Kalani Franda, Acting Administrator with Land Development Division, here to share with you E7. If you could, thank you. Can I also have it on my prompt as well? Okay, thank you. So this proposal is submitted for informational purposes, one for you as a commission, as well as for the public to really understand and be transparent on what was presented. What are the updates for Act 279? So this was presented and submitted to President Kochi, Speaker Nakamura, and members of the Senate and House. We do this on an annual basis on informing them how we had used the monies over the period of that particular fiscal year. And so we had submitted this on the date of when we first had, when Ledge had initially started. And so what we had presented to them is, if you take a look at the first page that was submitted, we also provided to them that booklet that we shared with you on the updates of everything that was happening. And for the purpose of this presentation, I will be going over the different sections. So executive summary, key activities and trends, innovative funding, acquisition and leverage strategies, and then ending with performance outcomes. Next slide, please. If you turn to page 3 of the report itself. Next slide, please. We're going to go over the executive summary. I just want to, because the importance of having public hear this, there's been questions that come up. How are we doing on the Act 279? Why aren't you being transparent, et cetera? This lays it all out. This shares with them exactly what we're going through. So I'm going to almost kind of share with you almost verbatim to walk this through so public can also hear this. So 600 million through Act 279. Purpose of this funding is to reduce the Hawaiian homes wait list. And to this end, the department has been actively pursuing new development projects, as well as awarding all available lots to beneficiaries on the wait list. The annual report summarizes implementation of Act 279 over this calendar year, over last calendar year, submitted for the Hawaii State Legislature for their information, oversight, and policy consideration. The report highlights fiscal execution, infrastructure readiness, innovative financing strategies, and housing delivery outcomes achieved by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Homestead development has never been simple. Today, delivery is further constrained by escalating construction costs, labor shortages, and complex multi-year approval processes that limit how many homes can be built and how quickly families can return to their aina. These challenges reflect systematic pressures affecting Hawaii's broader housing landscape. As of December 31st, 2025, you'll see it on this slide as well, is the department had fully encumbered 600 million of the Act 279, expended 120 million, and that was used for planning, infrastructure, development, land acquisition, and beneficiary-focused financing and services. This encumbrance reflects a strategic allocation aligned with housing delivery priorities. In the far upper right section of this particular slide, you'll see the breakdowns of the infrastructure, having that go to 511 million go towards infrastructure, and it's supporting the water, wastewater, roadways, drainage, related on-site and off-site improvements. And it's important to understand that we're also required to do some off-site improvements as part of the development. So I wanted to make sure that it was noted here as well. Acquisition, about 52.8 million, resulting in approximately 555.94 acres of new acreage. And this acreage is just not any acreage. It's acreage that is near infrastructure, that is near health facilities, and near educational facilities as well. So very important of why we were looking strategically at these lots. And the remainder of the 36 million has gone towards financing and beneficiary services. This is important because, as you've been hearing, we don't have enough staff to be able to go out and move forward on all of these different programs. So we engage partners such as Hawaii Community Assets, Hawaii Community Lending, Helen Y, and other organizations like that, that helps us become our eyes, hands, and ears to our beneficiaries, to help go through the financial assessment, to help go through preparing them on how to be ready to purchase a place. And also, you know, some of them have experienced life, so they go through financial literacy programs as well. So these are opportunities for us to do that. We've also set some of that monies aside for revolving loans. Revolving loans are very strategic for us when we go through and identify pre-development costs that are needed, and we engage and incorporate a revolving loan that we utilize, that the developer can utilize for their particular projects. So together, these investments establish a committed statewide development pipeline on reducing the longstanding infrastructure barriers on trust lands. As you see in this next paragraph on page 3, 2,472 project leases were awarded statewide, so roughly about 2,500. We have probably another 3,500 more to go in this particular fiscal year. So a lot of work that's happening. The Act 279 infrastructure investments also function as catalytic capital, unlocking approximately $2 billion in private vertical construction financing contributed by development partners as part of their capital stacks. And that was one of the items, or one of the entities that you heard today from Land Management Division, Gentry Homes. They're one of those partners, development partners that we work with. Very important on that particular partnership, and as you see why. So for transparency and ongoing legislative oversight, the department maintains a public-facing Act 279 webpage that provides an updated summary of funding, status, project progress, and implementation milestones. Thank you to ICRO for helping us and assisting us on really putting this information together so we can have that type of transparency with our beneficiaries and the general public. Next page, on page 4, and if we could move to the next slide, please. So the Act 279 directs the department to address systematic barriers that delays housing delivery on DHHL lands, including infrastructure and financing gaps, regulatory sequencing challenges, land acquisition constraints, and limited delivery capacity, while land availability remains a core asset. The statute recognizes that infrastructure readiness, financing alignment, and delivery coordination are the primary determinants of production. So when the department succeeds, Hawaii succeeds. Each home developed on the department's lands, on the trust lands, reduces demand on county and state housing programs, eases pressure on infrastructure and social services, and allows other agencies to focus on their most vulnerable populations. The department isn't only responding to beneficiary need, it's also helping carry the state's housing burden and remains a critical component of the statewide housing solution. I want to take us through these next set of slides. And so this particular one talks about something that we've shared before on what has happened in the past, where are we going, for informational purposes and for the public to be able to reference. Next slide shows the affordable housing gap in Hawaii. And Hawaii is the only state where average mortgage costs more than 50% of the median income. So much information here, but once again, available for the public and for beneficiaries to be able to reference. Next item as well, they ask, why is housing so expensive? Well, this slide shows in particular reasons why. When we got hit with COVID-19, it increased about 41%. So taking a look at homes that were offered back in 2017 to what it is now, things got more expensive. Material costs have increased significantly in the past 5 years. High borrowing costs make homeownership and construction more expensive. State and federal regulations add additional costs. And then on top of that, we have tariffs. So this particular slide shows impacts of why situation had worsened. I'm going to jump over and then I'm going to finish on page 4 on the program implementation overview. During calendar year 2025, the department implemented Act 279 through coordinated planning, infrastructure execution, project sequencing, implementation, and it emphasized infrastructure first, delivery to reduce downstream risk and cost escalation. Early technical coordination with county, state, and utility partners, diversified financing and acquisition strategies, and clear accountability for funding execution and project milestones. This approach transitioned the Act from planning assessment into active execution, strengthening the department's delivery capacity while avoiding rushed or inefficient spending. This next category, key activities and trends. We first talk about infrastructure. Next slide, please. Infrastructure is the primary driver. So we've taken an active approach or a different approach. You've heard this before from us, and we continue to share this in orientation meetings and so on. Is we started off this new approach with project leases. We moved over from there to financial assessments, working with our service providers. And then also with our service providers, getting our beneficiaries ready with financial literacy and preparation. And then the developers now really taking a very different approach, and that is how do they shape the capital stack and program the vertical development based on real numbers. These numbers are coming from these financial assessments. Next slide, please. And now we're giving our beneficiaries options and opportunities. Options because everybody thinks that they can build their own, but then when they realize that how onerous it is to be able to go through that, sometimes they give up. And we've seen time and time again. We thank you to HSD as well as enforcement on going through and having to address a lot of vacant parcels because we've issued them out and nobody has moved on them because the process is so difficult. That's why we've partnered up with organizations like Hawaii Community Lending that now can do the case management from beginning to end, A to Z, and be able to walk through with the beneficiaries so they're not walking on their own. Some of them, they can put their monies together, they're able to get into a turnkey home. Some of them rely upon programs like self-help housing, and others are so grateful that we can offer something like rent with option to purchase. The criticism, as many of you heard, was I got to wait 15 years until I can get a lease. Laws have changed, and now we're issuing out these leases to our beneficiaries for the project itself, so then they have the opportunity to pass it on to a successor in case something happens. Next slide, please. So the process on this infrastructure as the primary driver across all counties, water, wastewater, roadways, and drainage infrastructure remains the largest cost components and the most frequent sources of delay. Projects with secured and sequence infrastructure funding advance more quickly toward lease awards and construction readiness. That's one of the reasons why you heard E5 come up. It's because those types of partnerships and work that we're doing with the counties that move infrastructure along, having that pilina and that relationship with them. Next slide, please. I'm going to finish up this particular section. We're just going over funding execution ahead of vertical construction and capacity and coordination constraints. So the full encumbrance, as I shared with you, has a strong fiscal execution and establishes a multi-year development pipeline. Infrastructure delivery necessarily precedes vertical construction and stabilizes long-term schedules, reduce risk, and improves affordability outcomes. I pause right there to state that you've been hearing Chair and the development team talk about phase one. Phase one in this case is the monies that we received from Act 279 to be able to implement a portion of the 28 projects. We still have monies required for phase two, and that's the reason why there are some active bills that are in front of legislature right now, moving forward with the help of various members of the legislative body on helping us be able to accomplish everything, all of the 28 projects with the phase two funding. But we're also being very innovative, and that is, and you'll see it very shortly on this next slide, of innovative funding acquisition and leverage strategies. On strategic land acquisition, I won't go into detail, but I'll just share with you that we've really been taking a look at some innovative ways on finding funding. One of the ways in acquisition as well. So I'll kind of briefly cover this real quick, and then I'll jump into the next slide that goes into acquisition. This is an active approach for us to really pursue federal funds. Yes, there is a new administration, but it doesn't mean that we cannot pursue federal funds. There's different ways of doing it. We have a couple more grants that we're moving forward with. We just submitted one about a week ago, and we have a couple more that's coming up in the next month. So it doesn't mean that we cannot, it just means how can we do? So we're continuing to pursue different types of innovative funding. One of the other ways that we've been working on, and you've heard it before, in last, I want to say in February 2025, is a GT set aside from Maui County. Very innovative. We're very grateful for them on really looking at that type of approach. We're encouraging other counties, but not everybody has that type of, I want to say, funding available to be able to move forward in that way. So there's different innovative ways that they're doing that with making lands available, like the County of Maui, taking a look at some of their CIP monies, with the County of Hawaii, taking a look at some of their funding that they would put towards affordable housing, having them available to our beneficiaries, looking at lands that make sense for us to move forward our mission, and lands that we can possibly look at. I'll loosely use this word exchange, but kind of disposition and acquisition of these. Next slide, please. So innovative funding as well. I shared this with you. Next slide. Innovation, the importance of relationships. The importance of relationships, I shared it with you earlier, is really working with our service providers. Also, one of the service providers that we work with is Hawaii Community Lending. They generate about $41 million that they use as a revolving loan, and it's serviced by American Savings Bank. We're able to tap on that for our owner-build lots and owner-build program, where we're not having to utilize the trust monies or utilizing Act 27 monies, but monies that sit outside the trust. That's innovation. Next slide, please. And then we also, and let me go back to page 5 on the report itself. It talked about strategic land acquisition alternatives. We're looking at Act 14, looking at some federal lands, and monetizing our 2,300 affordable housing credits to acquire strategic locally private lands. And let me jump to, so on page 6, and I'll finish off with this in a little while. On page 6, it goes through the performance outcomes. It really talks about the breakdown of each of our counties, the different islands that project lease awards are being offered, and also a summary of the key funding and leverage outcomes. And it lists specifically, you can go through this at a later time, and where it shows about Act 279, how monies are being used, everything that I kind of shared with you. And page 8, it talks about encumbrances and expenditures. It also shows fiscal year 25 accounting of expenditures, who we engaged with and procured with for these particular expenditures. And then page 9, it goes into policy legislative considerations. I'm going to have you focus on the slide here. And this is, you can take a look at this at a later time as well. On the left side, it shows how we can utilize bond financing. There's several programs of bond financing. Some of it, the one that we're looking at, is municipal bonds. So how do we use a fixed set of monies that the legislature is putting forth in a bill right now, be able to use that as debt financing, pursue bond financing so we can receive the funding now and be able to pay it back at a later time. So now it moves, encumbers our monies, and moves our next phase 2 in a very quicker fashion. It accelerates the process instead of waiting for monies to come up, monies to be released, etc. On the right side, it gives a breakdown of LIHTC awards. And, or actually the top. And it really breaks down on LIHTC what it meant for us and what it, for the two projects that we were awarded on, or more like our beneficiaries awarded. Next slide. And I just shared with you about bond financing. Another way that we're looking at is, there are funding that's available to 501c3s. Those are nonprofit entities. And so we are working along with one that was formed by the department several administrations ago, now Kupa'a. And they've been very instrumental on getting equipped again and looking at how they can assist the department on looking at funding that's available for 501c3s. Next slide, please. Performance outcomes, next slide. I shared this with you. Next slide. And next slide. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that the commission had a chance to be able to see the annual report that we had submitted to the legislature. That was, I believe, that was our second to the last. At the end of fiscal year 26, we're also showing them that we're going to close out kind of Act 279. That's the end of our reporting to them, but we can continue to share with them and really provide this level of transparency. Thank you, Commission.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Question?
Yep.
Is there a chance that, I mean, this is a lot. We hear the criticisms, but I think when presented this way, you can see the huge strides that have been made. Are you of the thought that perhaps we could leverage the work that you accomplished this far into pressuring the legislature for more money?
So we've
Because
been,
now you have outcomes that, that you can share, not just plans, but actual outcomes.
I want to thank the chair as well as the governmental team. The government team has been really awesome, and that is with Lehua and with Ori in providing that type of support. We've been going through and meeting with strategic legislators and sharing this story, sharing testimonies of beneficiaries that have benefited from Act 279. But why are we looking for phase 2 funding? And we've shared all of this with them, sat down with them individually, having these conversations. It doesn't mean that there's going to be more questions that come up, but we started to kind of seed that and be able to have these very strategic conversations with them before Ledge had started.
Yeah, we actually have gotten a pretty good response from the legislators, especially on the House side, the leadership. They're looking at a way to provide funding to us on a steady, I guess, something we can rely on. So one of the areas they're looking at is conveyance tax on high-end sales, real estate over 2 million. And so that one we anticipate, or we've laid out about a $60 million annual funding source from that revenue, which with the legislation that's been proposed would do that. And with that, we're hoping that to finish the phase, or the second phase, by 2039, which would generate, well, not generate, but result in a little over 7,000 homesteads actually built and housing people. So it's one source. On the other side, the Senate is looking at maybe providing some revenue from the taxes on rental cars. And so and then we're also looking at geothermal, to generate revenue. So there's a variety of approaches that we're looking at, as well as, line item set-asides. Then we're looking at the federal level, but at the state legislature, it's real important that, we get in there and as I said, Kalani and Ori and myself have targeted some of the key legislators. There's been a change in the finance side where Chris Todd is now the chair, and so he's from the Big Island, and so we've kind of expanded one of our projects to 400. Yeah, so that's in his district, and we're also looking at funding from for water. infrastructure. That's where Senator Richards come in. Who's the chair of the Hawaiian Affairs, has been really supportive, including David Tarnas on the House side. So we're hopeful that this session will be able to do okay.
You know, one of these discussions also opens up opportunities for legislators to see how can they help maybe in a way that would help their constituencies. And so one of them was on the island of Molokai with Senator DeCoit. She said, okay, it sounds like you need water, you're exploring MIS. How's about I put a bill forth that can help you put monies aside so you can go study this? They're like, that's great. But these types of conversations have really opened up other opportunities that maybe we haven't seen, but they've offered to be able to assist us. And one of the big things is when something's suggested on one side, one chamber, is there a companion bill on the other? And we've been seeing this with the conveyance, also with the rent-a-car option as well, is there is a companion bill on the other side as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all your work on this. Really encouraging.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Kalani.
Thanks, Kalani.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, G4 status update on plan implementation in Ewamoku, a regional plan. Lily?
Aloha Chair, Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here with item G4 for information only. This is a status update on plan implementation in Ewamoku. Mahalo, Michael. So looking at DHHL's planning system, the overarching plan is our general plan, most recently updated in 2022. The second tier of plans on there are strategic program plans and island plans. The island plan for Ewamoku is the Oahu Island Plan, last updated in 2014. Below that are regional plans and development plans. The regional plan for Ewamoku so far is just Kapolei. As far as homesteading, in the future though, we will likely need to look at how we want to address Ewa Beach, the Ewa Beach lands and that particular area. If it will be combined or if it will be a standalone regional plan. Next slide. So this is a map that shows land holdings in the Ewamoku. You can see the little green boomerang shape is the Ewa Beach lands. And then we have our various areas in Kapolei, as well as Kalailoa. So the bulk of our homesteading takes place in Kapolei and East Kapolei. In those homesteads, though we do have plans for Ewa Beach moving forward. Next slide. Like Kalani was mentioning, as far as the steps to go from planning to realizing the homestead, there are all of these pieces. They typically start off with a master plan or a settlement plan, and then an environmental assessment. From there, we go into the subsequent development phases. And Commissioner, like you were asking about funding, each of those kind of blocks within each phase requires additional funding. And so that's something that we're hopeful we can create a clear picture to our legislators as far as demonstration of our need. Depending on how many phases within each proposed homestead development, this can kind of go on multiple times. Sometimes it's 2 phases, sometimes it's more than that. Next slide. For kind of our upcoming homestead projects, we have Ewa Beach Homestead, Master Plan and EA. Mahalo to Nahazda for assisting us in, and their team for assisting us in getting this going. So we've identified the areas based on the constraints in that area. You know, it is really close to the ocean, as you can see, which is a great opportunity for our homesteaders to be able to be in that location and be so close to the ocean. It does include some challenges as far as development goes. So that's why we've identified which areas are suitable for homesteading and which areas we should probably address with other types of complementary uses. So the residential areas, the single family you can see is set back furthest away from the ocean and furthest away from the tsunami inundation zone. And then the areas that are closer are higher ground or multifamily units, which would be more suitable for that particular area. We're also working in stewardship spaces for any areas that have concerns about what might be underground, historic sites or archaeological sites, as well as trying to plan out some open space and some drainage or flooding controls. Total of 80 acres planned.
When you say stewardship, what exactly does that pertain to in this area?
So in that area, there's some sites, most of that area is like karst and it's like an interesting area. There's more sensitive ecological and historical sites. And so for that reason, we've kind of carved out that middle area that probably best to avoid for development, but we can still malama that space. Total looking at 380 for single family and multifamily, but it will be LDD that will help us articulate that into more detail. Next slide. For Ka'ulu-o-Kaha'i, this is the most updated information that I have for phase 1 and phase 2, total number of lots. Of course, everything that's in the red covered area is the Ka'ulu-o-Kaha'i section. And then the next slide shows the East Kapolei area and what's planned in that area, 400 to 500 lots in 2A. Next slide. Kaupe'a Phase 2, this is the small open lot that was previously under HHFDC, has been transferred to the department, is planned for 60 single family lots and a small area for open space or community space. We are hoping to do a beneficiary consultation to talk story a little bit more about this area. I believe it's planned for March 18th, but we'll be sending out notifications, postcard mailing, as well as notifications to our homestead associations in the area. This one will be contemplating the open space that's there, but the bulk of that area, that 9 acres, is planned for single family units, just like we see in Kaupe'a and Maluohai. Next slide. Hala o Kumamamo, mahalo to the Nahasda team. They completed their blessing in December, and at last update, their move-ins are anticipated for early this year. 18 units in there for transitional housing. Next slide. The only regional plan that we have in Ewamoku at this time is Kapolei Regional Plan, most recently updated in 2022. This is their vision statement from the pool in the uplands to the shores of Kualaka'i. Kapolei is a growing region that looks to its history, mo'olelo, aina, and kupuna to build a strong foundation for our Hawaiian homestead communities. Kanaka embrace the area's rugged climate and terrain, which motivates them to be resilient and self-sufficient. The Wahipana and Kipuka of this place are celebrated and stewarded for future generations. The vision statements and the community values, as well as their priority projects captured in the regional plan, help our commissioners to get a good understanding of who our homesteaders are that live in that area and what their priorities are, how they identify. Next slide. Some of the priority projects, these two, so the first one, provide more options for quality telecommunications service to the homestead. At the time we were updating this regional plan, there was still some challenges to their access for telecommunication. Since then, this has been remedied. They do have access to whatever service is in the area, telecom, spectrum, etc. So this one is completed. The second one, priority project, is create more open spaces, park spaces, and recreation spaces to support the homestead community. This is in progress, both through Kanehili's efforts for their open space, KCDC's efforts to build out the Kipuka space that they have adjacent to us, as well as that upcoming beneficiary consultation to talk about the space in Kaupea Phase 2. Next slide. The next priority project, support the Heritage Center and community commercial development. So that's in progress. The KCDC has applied over the years for our annual grant cycle. We've been able to support them with planning and design and somewhat to an extent for development. They opened Ho'omaka Marketplace, and I think that it's a great example of a community commercial development. And they're well on their way with Phase 4, which is the final phase of Ho'omaka Marketplace, to put in some additional retail spaces and an eleemosynary space for themselves. Next slide. The last two, create a kupuna living community and support the development of a Hawaiian-focused school or Hawaiian immersion school. Both of those priority projects are technically not started. There's been some discussion about kupuna living community. So if that becomes an opportunity, especially with the planned development in East Kapolei, Kauluokaha'i, that will be one step closer to realizing this priority of the Kapolei region. And the last one having to do with Hawaiian Focus School or Hawaiian Immersion School. I think they mentioned, there's no immersion schools that are close by the homestead. At full build out, Kapolei will be our largest concentration of Native Hawaiians on Oahu, at least as far as it's been master planned. And we don't have any immersion schools serving this particular region. So for that reason, they would like to see more collaboration, more opportunities, whether that's a program that would live in existing DOE schools in this area or something that's new. They had also looked at possibly trying to do some preschool, some punana leo. Maybe that could be hosted as a program at their community site that KCDC has. Or in another area. I know that the KCDC and the other homestead associations are working on trying to bring these opportunities to the homestead. Just something for all of us to keep in mind, that these are the priorities that they would like to see in their region. Next slide. Oh, that's the end of it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Susie. Good job. Thank you. Okay, wow, really moving it along here. Let's see. We've come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for your patience and for participating. Tonight's community meetings at 6:30 at the Kapolei Middle School. Hopefully some of you can attend. Tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30 a.m. starting with the public testimony followed by the J agenda. And a reminder that Commissioner Kanepu would be heading it up, and then I'll be on Lanai. And again, mahalo for attending, and we are recessed for the day.